Here's your 2-minute time check. Mark. Here comes your 1-minute time check for this Auburn broadcast. Mark. "30 seconds till broadcast." Mark.
From the Auburn Sports Network and Playfly Sports, Auburn baseball is on the air. Exclusive game day coverage begins with the leadoff show. Now, let's go out to the ballpark.
Auburn's gauntlet of a baseball schedule continues tonight in Atlanta. This week alone, the Tigers face number 15 and number 2 in the country. This evening, the 9th-ranked Tigers get the Yellow Jackets on the flats. Good afternoon and War Eagle from Russ Chandler Stadium in Atlanta with Jason Caldwell. I'm Andy Burcham. Auburn took 2 of 3 from number 8 Alabama last weekend and were a pitch away from a sweep. Dating back to last season, Auburn has won 8 of its last 9 weekend series. Georgia Tech comes into the first of 2 midweek games against the Tigers after a sweep at Stanford. The Yellow Jackets are 25-6 overall, 11-4 in the ACC. Danny Hall is in his last season as the head coach. He has 1,437 wins in 38 seasons as a head coach on the collegiate level. Auburn goes with freshman right-hander Christian Chatterton. He's 2-1 on the season with an earned run average above 6. Georgia Tech counters with senior right-hander Sam Swigert. He's 1-1 with an ERA of 4.40. When we return, the Butch Thompson pregame report. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Auburn family, join us in welcoming head coach Larry Vickers to the Plains as he leads your Tigers into a new era of Auburn women's basketball. This past season alone, Vickers led his team to a perfect conference record and a program record of 30 wins en route to their 3rd straight conference title. As head coach, Larry Vickers brings championship pedigree to the Plains. You'll want to lock in your season tickets early for this new era of Auburn women's basketball. Head to aubtix.com. We'll see you in Neville Arena in War Eagle.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Since Auburn Bank opened in 1907, we've been tested by world wars, pandemics, and plenty of troubled times. Through it all, we've not only survived, but thrived by staying true to our core values of sound money management and putting our customers first. And just as surely as more challenges will come, we'll meet them the way we always have, with your confidence and our experience. Auburn Bank, champions of you. Member FDIC, online at auburnbank.com.
Hey guys, it's Auburn baseball season again, and if you want to hit your next big event out of the park, then get Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Auburn to help with all of your catering needs. From team parties to tailgating or any big event you may have, Baumhauer's always hits a home run by making sure all of your logistics are covered, and you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the big game. And if you need a place to host your party, come try Baumhauer's new covered patio. Give us a call to book your big event today. Baumhauer's Victory Grill, 2353 Bent Creek Road in Auburn. War Eagle.
Game day coverage of Auburn baseball continues now with our exclusive pregame conversation with head coach Butch Thompson.
First of two against Georgia Tech, and boy, it's a Georgia Tech team that comes in red hot after a sweep at Stanford this past weekend.
Yeah, playing great baseball. I think they're ranked 15th, 17th, depending on what poll you look at. Danny Hall's last season here at Georgia Tech, and an amazing career, just right at 30 years or just over 30 years. And they got a heck of a ball club this year, so we'll have our work cut out for us here in downtown Atlanta.
What kind of momentum do you bring in after winning 2 out of 3 against Alabama?
Well, I believe in it, so you're either trying to get it or keep it, and I think it's in the keep it stage right now. And can we keep going, building, but just every day? You know, I told you, I guess at the end of this week, we'll have played 16 of our last 19 games against top 25 competition. I don't remember a run like that before, and I think it continues in the future if you start looking ahead a little bit. So I think that gives an opportunity for us to keep building a resume. I think it makes our baseball team better and these players better, but keeps the act sharp when you're playing somebody really good each and every night, and that'll be no different here and then coming back to play LSU this weekend.
You mentioned earlier today, you look at it, this is an opportunity for this ball club. In spite of how tough the opponents are, this is an opportunity for Auburn.
Well, we want to be one of those ball clubs too, and the rankings mean nothing, but you know, our Auburn Tigers are 9th or 11th or 12th or wherever you look around. I like our guys. I really think we're still digging where I told you there's some things that we've been trying to button up the whole time. I still want us to get to playing our best baseball. We haven't done that yet, so we're still reaching and searching for something. We got a couple of guys out tonight. Eric Snow, will probably give him another night. Not saying he couldn't come in the ball game, but was hit with a pitch, and you know, he looks like he lost a street fight looking at him, but trying to give him another day or two for sure. And that would put Guevara in there, who came in game 3 versus Alabama, hit a home run, made a couple of just wizard defensive plays. Cade Blue, the separated shoulder from Georgia, and we're missing a couple of pieces. We've done a good job of not making excuses the whole time. We're going to have those 2 guys out, and you know, can we just keep trucking? You know, Blue, I guess, is the other one. We'd love to get back. We never got Ike back to catcher yet, you know, and I think when Blue gets back, that may be an option for us to get back. But man, Fraley's done such a good job. You feel like we can play a great game and do great with him catching basically virtually all 3 games against Alabama. So I think the usual suspects for us, except for Snow and Ballou, and Chatterton, who's been a weekend starter for us in the last couple. We just trying to make a mechanical change and get him going again. Really just that percentage of strikes fell off from earning that role, and now putting him in this Tuesday against a top 15 team. Can we get that command back by missing a start, basically, and going and working on some front side features? Always, historically, I thought location or command came from either your head, your glove, or your front foot. And we think his front side is the chief locator for him. Gone back and tried to make some changes and see if we can get him going again. That'd be nice. If not, we feel like we got a bunch of guys, and it'd be a lot of one-inning affairs like you've seen with a lot of college baseball in the midweeks once you get to conference. And maybe Mason Cook could get out there and get his Auburn career going today. But seeing some guys like Ben Shore, Abe Chancellor, what we saw a couple of weeks ago that we think can help us, and you know, Johnston, Armstrong, Murphy have been 3 guys that have thrown it up various times for us. Even on the weekend, those are 3 other guys available for us. So just getting them in the right spot, getting them in the game at the right time. But hopefully Chatterton can rebound. I'd be excited to see him get back and give us a quality start and keep playing this good offense, keep playing together, keep returning this ball to the middle of the field. We're going to have a north wind about 10 to 16 miles per hour, and it's going to get a little chilly out here. But what we're used to. So, but just can we keep having at bats? Can we keep playing offense together? It's been exciting over the last 3 games, and can we put it into practice to start another week?
What do you see out of this Tech offense, Coach?
Just power. Lodisi at shortstop. There's a lot of confidence. I can tell just watching them take batting practice and move around today. Coming back from the West Coast of a huge series sweep, I think, against Stanford. Burris was the freshman phenom last year in the country. He's continuing to do great work, and it's Lodis, Burris, but I'm seeing some well-fed physical guys here taking batting practice and up and down the lineup. They've pitched it at a high rate, but they've absolutely played great offense. Just this version, Danny's last version, doesn't look like there's a lot of holes or weaknesses in this club.
Show the best tonight. War Eagle.
War Eagle.
Children's of Alabama is excited to partner with Auburn Baseball because at Auburn, it's about making a difference on and off the field. The team is thrilled to introduce Hits and Sits, where all proceeds will benefit Children's of Alabama. Step up to the plate and sponsor a home game. You can sign up by visiting bc5foundation.org. Choose a game and a strikeout or a hit. It will be echoed beyond Plainsman Park into the lives of families at Children's of Alabama. Sign up today at bc5foundation.org. War Eagle.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's a great day to get vaccinated. Many children and adults that delayed vaccination during the pandemic are still behind schedule. It is crucial that we take the steps to get everyone back on track with their routine immunizations. Children and teens can still catch up on their vaccinations even if they start late. Make sure you and your family are up to date on all recommended vaccines, including respiratory virus vaccine. Let's all do our part to get back on track. Don't wait. Vaccinate. For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM.
The starting lineups are presented by Yellowwood brand pressure treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Auburn 22-10 on the season. The Tigers will lead off with Chris Rembert at second base. Bub Terrell, the left fielder, bats second. Ike Irish, the right fielder, third. And Cooper McMurray will bat cleanup and play first. Eric Guevara at third base will bat fifth. Lucas Steele, the DH, sixth. Bristol Carter will be in center field batting seventh. Chase Freilich, the catcher, will bat eighth. And Derek Fabian, the shortstop, will bat ninth. On the hill for Auburn, Christian Chatterton. For Georgia Tech, 26-6. Caleb Daniel leads it off. He's in left. Drew Burris, the center fielder, second. Alex Hernandez, the second baseman, third. Vaughn Lackey, the catcher, will bat fourth. Carson Kearse, the shortstop, fifth. Tyler Nieses, the DH, sixth. John Giesler, the first baseman, seventh. Will Baker will play third base batting eighth. And Parker Brocious in right field bats ninth. On the hill, Sam Swigert. Stay tuned. First inning play-by-play is on the way. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Enjoy baseball and softball season on the Plains with live sports radio. Presented by Alpha Insurance. Auburn Sports Network broadcasts are available with no delay at both Plainsman Park and Jane B. Moore Field. Every grand slam, stolen base, and strikeout. Yours with no delay. Look for the live sports radio kiosks around the ballpark. Live sports radio lets you take the broadcast with you at every football game. Plus, home men's and women's basketball games, baseball, and softball. Live sports radio. Presented by Alpha Insurance.
Welcome back to the Ford F-Series Highlight Show. I've seen a lot of basketball, and I can tell you that to stay on top, you got to adapt, stay focused, and innovate. That's what wins championships. That's how Ford F-150 and the Ford Super Duty stay at the top of the truck game. For 47 consecutive years, Ford F-Series has been America's #1 selling truck because they deliver what you need to win the day. For the latest offers, go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Ford dealer today. Tell them Coach Pearl sent you.
Based on 1977 to 2023 CY industry reported total sales.
Recognized by Newsweek as one of America's best maternity care hospitals, East Alabama Health provides comprehensive treatment for mothers and babies throughout Auburn, Opelika, and the East Alabama region. And starting with the 2024 football season, we're pleased to partner with Auburn Athletics to provide a special Aubie blanket to each baby born at our hospital through a program we call Tiger Tots. For all your maternity care needs, trust the experts at East Alabama Health.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers.
Exclusive play-by-play coverage of Auburn baseball is brought to you by the Alabama Department of Public Health. Don't wait. Vaccinate. Protect yourself and others by staying current on all recommended vaccines. Cook's Pest Control, keeping your home and business safe from pests and termites since 1928. And by Alabama Power, proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama.
Welcome back to Russ Chandler Stadium. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Along with Jason Caldwell, I'm Andy Burcham. Glad to be with you. I'm going to have to keep my Jasons correct tonight because we got Jason Campbell coming in for the A-Day game on Saturday. So I apologize up front if I call you Jason Campbell here tonight. Glad to have you with us in the booth tonight. Tigers getting set for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Here's the defense for the Yellow Jackets tonight. Vaughn Lackey behind the plate. John Giesler at first. Alex Hernandez at second. Will Baker at third. Carson Kearse will get the start tonight at short. Caleb Daniel in left. Drew Burris is in center. Parker Brocious is in right. And on the hill for Georgia Tech tonight is right-handed senior Sam Swigert. 1-1 on the season, a 4.70 earned run average. 15 and a third innings. He's given up. He's 1-1 on the season is Swigert, making his 10th appearance or his 11th appearance in his third start. 15 and a third innings. 8 runs all earned on 14 hits, 15 strikeouts, 3 walks. He's given up 3 homers, and opponents are hitting .230 against Sam Swigert. Right-handed senior, a fifth-year senior, 6'1", 215 out of Springville, South Carolina, and a transfer in from the Citadel. Began his career at the University of South Carolina. Georgia Tech, the home white uniforms with the blue numerals and lettering, the orange or the gold numerals on the back. Auburn, the road grays tonight with the blue script across the front, blue names and numbers on the back, and the orange numbers on the front. Tigers with the blue ball caps tonight, the orange AU across the front. It's a beautiful night for baseball. And the first inning weather forecast brought to you by Blue Moon. Everything becomes brighter. Every sip of their Belgian-style wheat ale is crafted with Valencia orange peel and coriander. Celebrate responsibly. Blue Moon, made brighter. 2025 Blue Moon Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. At game time tonight, 64 degrees, wind out of the northwest at 12 miles an hour, clear and sunny. As we begin this ball game, temperatures expected to drop throughout the evening. It's going to be a cool evening for baseball as we get set for Auburn and Georgia Tech. And JC, both of these teams come in after big series wins on the weekend.
Yeah, they do. Stanford with a long road trip. The All Coast Conference now, Andy, and they were at Stanford over the weekend, and they didn't get back in. We learned they flew back in at 6:30 Monday morning after flying all night from the West Coast, and so it's a team that probably a little dead-legged. A couple of changes for them, and one of their best players not in the lineup tonight, Lodis, because of probably a little bit of a strain. We could see him later tonight, but you look at it, for this Auburn team, Bush Thompson talked about, Andy, this opportunity. It's an opportunity to get a road win over a ranked team and add to your resume, and already pretty strong resume, that you're going to have a whole lot more opportunities coming this season.
This Georgia Tech team comes back to Auburn in 2 weeks at Plainsman Park. The right-hander Zweigert works off the stretch. He'll face Chris Rembert to lead it off, and he swings at the first pitch, and he fouls it back. Rembert, Terrell, and Irish. The first 3 for the Tigers here in the first. Tigers 22-10 on the season, 6-6 in the SEC after taking 2 of 3 last weekend against Alabama. No balls and a strike to Rembert. Here's the pitch. Inside, and it hit him. So Rembert's aboard. Auburn with a runner on to lead it off tonight.
Yeah, Andy, a guy that Auburn hasn't seen Swigert, but Lucas Steele has. Last year at Sanford, this is a guy that pitched on Friday nights for Citadel. Lucas Steele had a little bit of maybe a help to the game plan for Auburn. It looks like fastball changeup, a lot of that. Both pitchers probably going to be fastball changeup, and I think short outings for both these guys tonight. Third hit batter of the season for Zweigert. Rembert at first, 4 out of 5 in stolen bases, and here's Bub Terrell, the Auburn left fielder. Stretch the pitch. It misses outside, off-speed pitch, a ball and no strikes. This crowd continues to grow. It's going to be probably a packed house here tonight at Russ Chandler Stadium, and lots of orange and blue in the stands, as we always see when the Tigers come to Atlanta. Rembert with his lead, the 1-0. Outside even further, 2 balls and no strikes to Terrell. Batting .294 in his first season at Auburn. 4 homers, 20 runs batted in, 3 out of 5 in stolen bases. Yeah, one thing we've seen from Bub is patience. He's done a good job of that. He's a good 2-strike hitter. Now a hitter's count here at 2-0. Good lead for Rembert at first. Pitch on the way. Ball 3 outside. They've continued to go to the outside corner and have missed all 3 times to Terrell. 3 balls and no strikes to the Auburn freshman outfielder. And Andy, Auburn's done a good job of this early on, too, of getting some pitches in guys early, getting to see things, and already a good start to that. Stretch in the 3-0. And he's taking all the way, and he takes a strike, toss the bat back. He'll have to come back. And now a real hitter's count, 3 balls and a strike to Bub. Yep, now an opportunity, looking for something in the zone, fastball in the zone right here, and see if you can get something to drive. And a time called by the pitcher. Three balls and a strike to Terrell, just the start of things in Atlanta. Rembert at first, hit by a pitch. Stretch the delivery. Terrell takes ball 4 high. So a hit batter and a walk for Zweigert to open it up. Auburn has runners at first and second, and one of the hottest hitters in the Auburn lineup coming to the plate in Ike Irish. Auburn right fielder batting .347, 7 homers, 25 runs batted in. Boy, he has been on fire since returning to the Auburn lineup after being hit by that pitch on his shoulder blade. Yeah, interesting. Already a shift for Ike. He's a guy that has, he can show he can go the other way. No question. Pitch on the way. Ike takes a strike on the inside corner. Ike batting .347 with 7 homers and 25 runs batted in. Rembert at second and Terrell at first as Auburn looks to break on top here in the top half of the first in Atlanta. Stretch and pitch. Missed inside, a ball and a strike. He almost balked. He almost didn't come set. Yeah, I think the other thing, too, I think early on was a warning not to go to your mouth on the mound. Cooler night, I think that's going to be something the pitcher's going to have to be aware of. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Irish. Stretch in the pitch. Ball down and in. Off-speed delivery. 2 balls and a strike to Irish. This has been something that both Ike and Cooper McMurray have seen a lot of lately, which is down and in. Down in and not let them get their arms extended. They've been doing a good job of trying to pitch them and handcuff them. 2-1 the count. Irish takes it just off the outside corner. Off-speed delivery at 82. And now 3 balls and a strike to Irish. Pretty good 2-1 pitch there that was just a hair off. And so Ike, again, green light count right here. Rembert is second, Terrell at first, 3-1 the count to Ike. Swing on a line drive in our right field, and that's a base hit. Rembert had to hold up to make sure the ball wasn't caught. He'll hold up at third, and the bases are loaded. Nobody out for Auburn. The right fielder, Brocious, was playing very deep, almost to the edge of the warning track. He really didn't have a chance to catch that ball, but Rembert held up just a tick, and it was held up at third base by Carl Nonemaker. Yeah, playing it safe with nobody out there. Don't run yourself out of an inning, so he wanted to make sure that one was down, and so now you set up now, bases loaded, nobody out, Cooper McMurray up, and look for something early here.
Stretch and the pitch to McMurray. Right down the middle for a strike. McMurray batting .345 on the season. Tied for the team lead with Irish with 7 home runs. 27 runs batted in for McMurray. He bats with the bases loaded and no one out. Pitch. McMurray sends one into deep center field. Back is Burris at the track. He looks up. Grand slam! Cooper McMurray. 4-0 Auburn. You talked about it. Early in the count, 0-1. He got another one to drive out of the ballpark.
And almost the same pitch. He had seen it the first one time before. He did not want to fall behind. And, nobody on this team needs it as much as Cooper McMurray. He struggled the last couple of weeks, got a pitch to drive right there, did not miss it. That was a no-doubter and a huge start for the Tigers on the road tonight.
4-0 Auburn on top, and here's Eric Guevara. Auburn third baseman back in the lineup tonight, batting .294, a couple homers, 6 runs batted in. Hit his second home run to center field in that Game 3 win over Alabama. Pitch. Guevara fouls it back. Zweigert hit Rembert, walked Terrell, gave up a single to right by Irish, and all 3 came home on the grand slammer by Cooper McMurray. 4-0 Auburn on top. The pitch. Guevara swings and slices it up the right side out of play quickly. 0-2 on the Auburn third baseman.
That's how you want to start when you're on the road. You got people hadn't even settled into their seats yet, and you look up and it's 4-0. Nobody out here at the top of the first.
8 homers now for McMurray. 31 runs batted in. That's the team lead in both categories. 0-2 pitch. Guevara to the shortstop at Kearse. Fields and throws to first in time for the out. And here's Lucas Steele, the Auburn DH. Batting .256, 3 homers and 22 runs batted in for Steele.
Really swung the bat well the last couple of weeks, and against Alabama, had a couple of balls to the warning track, just missed get the ball out of the ballpark.
Shift is on for the left-handed hitting Steele, and the changeup misses high and outside.
Yeah, not much of an outside corner so far to the lefties for the right-handed pitchers.
Something to keep in mind when Chatterson goes to the hill in the bottom of the first. He'll have at least a 4-0 lead. There's a fastball high and outside to Steele. 2 balls and no strikes, and already activity in the bullpen for Georgia Tech. We're going to see a lot of pitchers for both of these teams tonight. Don't think Tech wanted to have to do that in the first, though. Swing and a miss by Steele. 2 balls and a strike on the fastball at 90. Only one on the left side of the infield is the third baseman, Baker. Stretching the pitch. High and outside, 3 balls and a strike to Steele.
I think both pitchers the same. We mentioned fastball, changeup. If you can't locate the fastball, it makes it really tough to pitch the changeup style of pitching that he wants to do.
This is the third 3-1 count in this first inning for Auburn. The pitch. Steele swings and drives one into left. Daniel to his left. Plenty of room, makes the catch for the second out. I'm not going to say that the ball's not going to get out of here to left. This is not a huge ballpark, but center and right is where you think that this ballpark lends itself primarily to the long ball, and both of these teams have prodigious power, especially Tech.
Yeah, there's an old speaker, I think what is still in use, to the right of the batter's eye. Anything to the right of that's going to have some wind behind it.
Cooper McMurray hit his grand slam off the top of that speaker.
On top of it.
Yes. First pitch to Bristol Carter.
Yeah, towering shot that landed right on top.
Yes, it was. 1-0 the count to Carter, who showed bunt. 2 outs, nobody on for Auburn. Tigers lead at 4-0. Zweigert stretches and pitches. Swing and a miss. A ball and a strike to the Auburn center fielder. Batting .280, 2 homers, 10 runs batted in for Bristol. Stretch and the 1-1. Fastball up and in. 2 balls and a strike. He has gotten ahead of 2 hitters in the inning. The 0-1 pitch to McMurray that was hit out of here for the grand slam, and he got ahead of Guevara and coaxed him into a ground out. The pitch. There's a line drive. Fair! Down the left field line. Off of the facing. Around first base digging for second is Lucas Steele. And he's into second base with a 2-out double. Inside the bag by 1.5 feet. It's the 6th double of the year for Lucas Steele. No chance for Will Baker, the third baseman. And here's the catcher, Chase Fralick. And the left-hander, I think every left-hander that Auburn's put up there this inning, we've seen the shift.
Yeah.
And immediately in the count.
No, it's been something these guys have seen a lot of especially the last few weeks as they got into SEC play.
Fralick takes a strike on the inside corner at 89.
And a guy that absolutely can hit the ball the other way, ground ball through the left side is a run.
Swing and a tapper foul. Quickie, no balls and 2 strikes to Fralick. Batting .357 on his freshman campaign. 3 homers and 27 runs batted in. This deep in the season, it is remarkable what this Auburn freshman class continues to consistently do.
And they've done a great job. Here's the thing about him. He's much better with the ball away. He's been handcuffed some down and in. I would expect Georgia Tech to go down and in here if they can get it down there.
0-2 pitch. They did, but missed too far down and a little bit out. A ball and 2 strikes now to Fralick.
When he gets his arms extended and goes the other way, that's really where he's been at his best. So I think teams have been trying to pitch him, especially with 2 strikes down and in, try to get him to roll over the ball.
Carter at second base with the double. The pitch on the way. Swing and a foul back by Fralick. The double by Carter was his 5th of the season. A 2-out double by Bristol. He's at second base. Auburn leads 4-0.
Yeah, anything through here's a run with the way Bristol Carter can run.
Stretch, big lead, the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to the shift. Second baseman on the outfield grass throws to first in time for the out, and the inning comes to a close. Auburn scores 4 times on 3 base hits. No errors, a man left. We go to the bottom half of the first. Auburn on top 4-0, and this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Check out the Talking Tigers podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. The Talking Tigers podcast is a series of one-on-one interviews hosted by the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham. Each week, Andy is joined by a featured guest with Auburn ties from athletics, entertainment, and other walks of life. Past legends and present trailblazers, insightful and entertaining. It's the Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham. Like and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts today.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown!
We've seen the confetti fall again and again. But we're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
4-0 Auburn on top in Atlanta as we move to the bottom of the first. Here's the defense for your Tigers. Cooper McMurray at first, Chris Rembert at second, Eric Gabar at third, Derek Fabian at short, Bub Terrell in left, Bristol Carter in center, Ike Irish in right, Chase Fralick behind the plate. And on the hill for the Tigers, freshman right-hander Christian Chatterton, 6'2", 203 out of Killen, Alabama, and Brooks High School. 2-1 this year, an ERA of 6.66, making his 8th start of the year. 24 in the third innings, 19 runs, 18 earned on 24 hits, 25 strikeouts, 13 walks, 5 homers. And opponents are hitting .273 for Chatterton, who gets his first midweek start tonight. Did not pitch on the weekend against Alabama. And Auburn ideally would love to get 2 or 3 effective innings from Chatterton and then go to a plethora, a smorgasbord of the bullpen for the rest of this one tonight.
Absolutely, and the key for Chatterton is going to be change-up. That's his go-to pitch. Obviously, throwing the fastball for a strike will be big, but change-up command is the key for him. Now, he has, slider curve. He's a 4-pitch guy, but it's fastball change, especially against these lefties. It'll be really important for Chatterton to locate and be able to throw that pitch for a strike. He'll get close to it.
He'll get a left-hander to open it up. Caleb Daniel batting .357, 4 homers, 21 runs batted in. First pitch, fastball that misses outside. Daniel, the highly dangerous Drew Burris, and then Alex Hernandez for Georgia Tech. Wind in the 1-0. Again, outside, 2 balls and a strike. Auburn working with that front foot of Chatterton since his last start. 53 home runs this season for Georgia Tech.
So he comes back, tries to throw a changeup here, even though it's 2-0. Oh, he can't hear.
Yeah, I think his pitch comm is out.
Well, on these windy nights, too, it probably makes it even more difficult as well.
He's back on top of the hill. And Daniel back in the box. 2 balls and no strikes to the Georgia Tech leadoff man. Wind in the 2-0. Fastball, it missed inside. 3 balls and no strikes. Umpires tonight: Ryan Clark behind the plate, Barry Chambers at first, Kenneth Fitz at second, and Will Prestwood at third. 3-0 the count to Daniel. Wind and pitch. There's a strike, 3-1.
Yeah, that's it. It's strike throwing for Chatterton. That's what he was so good at in the fall and in preseason, and really the first couple of starts he had. But when SEC play began, it's been the lack of command has really been a tough spot for him.
3-1. Daniel tried to hold up. He went around, according to the third base umpire. Will Presswood, 3 balls and 2 strikes to count.
Could be a really big boost of confidence for Chatterton if you come back and get one right here.
Full count now to Daniel. Chatterton, the wind and the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a fastball away. The K-Counter presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number 1, following the first strikeout of the night for Christian Chatterton, who fought back after a 3-0 count.
Yep, couple of fastballs up and had some life, and that fastball has some movement right now. You can see it tailing away from the left-hander. Now, can you not go to the barrel of a guy that's really dangerous in Drew Burris?
Drew Burris has 12 homers and 41 runs batted in. First pitch, off speed, down and away. Burris, if I'm not mistaken, hit home runs in both of Auburn's wins against Tech a year ago.
And against most everybody else,
too.
Yeah.
And that was as a true freshman. Batting .362, the 1-0. High fly ball, left side. Is there room for Guevara? Near the wall, but he runs out of room. It lands behind the Tech dugout about 3 rows deep. A ball and a strike.
And the interesting thing about Burris is he's not a really big guy. It's kind of Ryan Bliss-esque a little bit.
His first home run last night.
Yes. Burris 5'9", 165, something like that?
182.
But he's got a ton of bat speed.
Boy, you're not kidding. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Chatterton, the wind and the pitch. Off-speed pitch and a beauty. There's the changeup for a strike.
That's it. That's his pitch. When he can throw that, it changes the game for him.
He had Burris on the front foot. He's got to be able to locate that well. Burris looking for that, might yank it out of the yard. 1-2 pitch. Here it is. Fastball off the end of the bat in front of the plate. Freilich throws low, but out at first. 2-3 on the putout. I'm not sure that ball ever got to the infield grass.
Nope, and another change right there that he just buried right in front of the plate.
Sure was.
Dug a hole, and Freilich, athletic guy, gets up and makes a play from behind the plate.
2 outs, nobody on for Tech, and here's Alex Hernandez. There is nowhere in this lineup, even without Lodis in the lineup, to breathe tonight. Hernandez, .325 the average, 9 homers, 41 runs batted in. Bats with 2 outs and nobody on. Wind in the pitch. Swinging a chopper down the third baseline, foul. Fielded by Guevara, but about 3 feet foul. No balls and a strike to count. 4-0 Auburn on top. Tigers got the first 3 men on, and Cooper McMurray on an 0-1 pitch. Buried one about 397 feet just to the right of the batter's eye in center for a grand slam. 0-1. Yeah, a little bit up. A ball and a strike to Hernandez.
And I think that's a key. You have to continue to throw the fastball. That's what gives that changeup its life and its strength.
Freshman Alex Hernandez, 6'2", 188 from Cumming, Georgia. Forsyth Central High School. Now the 1-1. Swing and a miss, and he was looking for home run number 10 with that swing. It came up empty. A ball and 2 strikes.
It's a big second baseman, too. Yes. It's a big second base.
Yeah, he is. All right. That was fastball. Do you go away with the changeup right here on 1-2?
If you can bury it down again, just like the last pitch you threw to Burris.
1-2 pitch. It was the changeup to the shortstop, Fabian. He throws to first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Chatterton and the Tigers. We're through 1 in Atlanta. Auburn 4, Georgia Tech nothing. Stay tuned. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers.
I like what I like, and I do what I want.
If what you like is getting the highest payouts, getting the most free play, and finding more of your favorite games all on a spacious upscale gaming floor, then Wind Creek Atmore is your kind of fabulous. No matter what fabulous means to you, you'll find it here. Wind Creek Atmore. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tigers come to the plate in the top of the second, leading by a score of 4-0. And the second inning is brought to you by Southern Union. There's a new path to the Plains, and it runs through Southern Union State Community College. Move seamlessly to Auburn to complete a bachelor's degree in selected programs by taking courses at Southern Union and Auburn concurrently, all at Southern Union's tuition rates. Let Southern Union put you on a path to the Plains. Along with Jason Caldwell, I'm Andy Burcham. Brad Law will be back with us on the broadcast on Friday as the Tigers welcome LSU to town. 6 o'clock Friday, 6 o'clock Saturday, and 2 o'clock on Sunday. First inning grand slam by Cooper McMurray, and then Christian Chatterton set down Tech in order in the bottom half of the first.
Yeah, I mean, those shutdown innings, even though it's not a guy you're asking to go 7-8 innings tonight, it's still important. As Butch Thompson always talks about it, can you keep or get momentum? That was a keep momentum bottom of the first for Christian Chatterton and the Tigers.
For Auburn, the 9-1-2 hitters here in the second against Swigert. Auburn sent 8 men to the plate in the top half of the first inning. Pitch count really not much of a factor tonight for either of these pitchers. And we have a new pitcher? I think we do.
32.
We have a new pitcher. And it is Brett Barfield, junior, 6'1", 198 from Cumming, Georgia, transfer from Florida State. So it's a 1-inning night for Zweigert. Barfield, no record, 2.45 the ERA, making his 11th relief appearance. And the left-hander's first pitch to Fabian misses outside for ball 1.
Yeah, fastball, slider, but righty here out of the gate for Auburn with 9-1. So opportunity to see a fastball from the left side here.
He works off the stretch, the pitch. Fabian sends one high and deep to left, but foul. A ball and a strike to the Auburn shortstop, batting .283, 4 homers, and 17 runs batted in.
Fabian, a couple of really good at-bats over the weekend late and did some damage the other way. And when he starts to do that, it opens up the field for him in the middle of the field, which is where that's kind of his zone.
A ball and a strike. Here's the pitch. Down and in with a fastball at 87. 2 balls and a strike to Fabian.
And a lot of room up the middle. Shortstop playing way pull. So there is a ton of room back up the middle for Fabian right now.
Stretch. 2 balls and a strike to Fabian. Here's the pitch from Barfield. Ball 3 outside.
Really
3-1 the count.
Really interesting. Burris is playing over to shaded right field and center field, and the shortstops to pull in the infield.
And the third baseman as well on the line. I mean,
Yep.
the outfield and the infield are vastly different in their approaches right here. 3-1. High and away. Leadoff man on for the second consecutive inning for Auburn. Fabian aboard, and that'll bring Chris Rembert to the plate. Auburn freshman, second baseman, was hit by a pitch on an 0-1 delivery in the first, and he scored the first of the 4 runs for Auburn.
See if Auburn starts to maybe get some aggressiveness. Rembert's a guy that handles the bat well. Fabian at first can run. even if it's a hit and run type action right here early to see if you start to get some guys moving.
Stretch in the pitch. Rembert takes a strike on the outside corner. Teams have been successful 17 out of 28 times stealing this year against Georgia Tech. Stretch. Fabian with the lead at first. The pitch. Rembert takes it low and away. Off-speed delivery. A ball and a strike. The catcher, Lackey. Teams are 13 of 18 stealing on Von Lackey.
Yeah, everything's going down and away from the righty, and there's a lot of room on the right side for Rembert, who will do that.
1-1. Ball 2 outside.
He'll go the other way, and so there's a ton of room to single through the right side, first and third, and another scoring op right here for Auburn.
Outfield play straight away. Right fielder Brocious is having to shield the sun with his glove. Stretch and the 2-1 to Rembert. Ball 3 low.
He's almost deep enough to be in the shade of the cedar trees out there anyway.
That's exactly right. He is maybe 2 steps in front of the warning track and dead right.
His shadow's on the track.
Yes. Burris and Daniel also play straight away, pretty deep, especially in left with Burris.
Which it is interesting a little bit because that wind is coming in pretty strong from left. To play that deep, I know you don't want to give something over your head, but it's going to take a poke to get one that far tonight.
Second straight 3-1 count. Fabian walked, and now 3-1 the count to Rembert. Barfield stretches. Here's the pitch. Rembert went after a pitch down and in, and he fouled it off the handle. Out of play off the right side, full count. Now does Auburn start the run?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a guy that handles it well enough. I think early on you got a 4-0 lead. See if you can continue to put the pressure on and make something happen here.
Throw to first, snap throw to first, and Fabian is back. Derek, 7 out of 7 in the stolen base department this season. Full count, the pitch. Rembert takes strike 3 on the outside corner. Good pitch from Barfield. First strikeout of the night for Georgia Tech pitching. I don't know if he was fooled on the location or the fastball itself.
Yeah, I think probably fastball there. It was a good pitch. It was a strike.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, it was a really good 3-2 pitch because it was not down the middle. And so it was a great location for him.
Here's Bub Terrell. Walked and scored in the first. Stretch by Barfield. And the pitch. Bub takes it low and away. Terrell batting .294 in his freshman campaign. 4 homers and 20 runs batted in. Got Auburn on the board early in that third and deciding game against Alabama on Saturday. The pitch. Bub swings and drives one into deep center field. Center fielder back at the warning track, shy of the track, makes the catch. And there are 2 outs, and back to first base is Derek Fabian.
Yeah, hit that one well, but probably if that's another 30 feet to the right of that, it probably has a chance to get out of here tonight. But it kind of got knocked down there in center field.
And here's Ike Irish. Irish batting .330, .353 on the season. Singled in the first inning and came home on the grand slam by McMurray. He bats with 2 outs and Fabian at first base.
If Ike looks for something early, like first pitch swinging right here.
Here it is. Change up for strike 1.
Good pitch there, off speed. And Ike should be used to that because he gets a lot of off speed pitches.
7 homers, 25 runs batted in for the Auburn right fielder. Slightly open stance from the left side, runner goes, pitch. Swing and a miss. Throw to second base. Not in time. I think he dropped the ball. Yeah, he did. Shortstop, Kears dropped it. I think if he holds on to the ball, he's out.
Yeah, kind of got there at the same time, and they got a little tangled up in front of the bag. Derek Fabian kind of walking it off a little bit. But, yeah, I think the throw was there, but I think it got there exactly the same time as Fabian did, and I think it was a crash landing for everybody involved.
0-2 the count now to Irish, who swung and missed on the pitch. And now with Fabian at second base, you got to figure if Irish gets one into the outfield, that's a 5th run for Auburn.
Absolutely. And that second baseman deep shift, we've seen that. They're trying to cut off that ground ball through the right side.
Stretch. Now the 0-2 to Ike. Just missed the outside corner, off-speed delivery. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Irish. Batting .325 with 2 outs in an inning. .351 with runners in scoring position. That's where Fabian is with 2 down here in the second. Tigers up 4-0. Stretch and delivery. Irish swings and misses, and the inning comes to a close. Couple strikeouts for Barfield after he gave up the opening walk. No runs, no hits, no errors, a man left for Auburn. We go to the bottom of the second. Tigers lead at Georgia Tech 4-0. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Big eating in Auburn and Opelika means Big Mike Steakhouse. Famous for high-quality steaks cooked to perfection on an open-fire grill served in a relaxed, rustic atmosphere. It's happy hour at Big Mike's every Wednesday and Thursday from 4 to 6 and half off select appetizers, draft beer, and well drinks. And don't forget, a Big Mike's gift card will always be the perfect gift for Big City Steak in your hometown. It's Big Mike's Steakhouse in Auburn at Shiggjord Parkway and Wire Road.
For 70 years, Max Credit Union has been more than just a financial institution. We've been a part of your community, your milestones, your dreams. At Max, you're not just a customer. You're a member, a neighbor, a friend. So as we celebrate 70 years of trust, service, and financial growth, we want to say thank you. Thank you for choosing Max, and thank you for letting us be a part of your journey. Max Credit Union, 70 years strong and just getting started. Federally insured by NCUA.
Three, 4, and 5 hitters for Georgia Tech in the bottom of the first. Christian Chatterton was set down Tech in order in the top half of the first through 14 pitches for Auburn. And now gets Lackey, Kearse, and Neese in the second inning.
Yeah, Andy, SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the celebrations this season, whether you're buying or selling tickets. SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticketing partner of the Tigers. Expect the expected, SeatGeek.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Here's the catcher, Vaughn Lackey, to lead off the second against Chatterton. Righty winds and fires, and his first pitch, fastball on the inside corner for a strike. 4-0, Auburn leads it. We're in the bottom of the second. In front of a big crowd here at Georgia Tech. Beautiful evening for baseball. Off-speed delivery, low and away, a ball and a strike to Lackey, batting .361 on the season. 3 homers and 25 runs batted in, and 10 stolen bases for the Tech catcher.
Yep, really long swing, but man, he had some pop watching him in batting practice. A guy that can really deliver it to all fields.
Wind in the 1-1, up and in, 2 balls and a strike to Lackey. 6'1", 213 from Sewanee, Georgia, Collins Hill High School.
See if Chatter can come back to the changeup right here. It was so good for him at the end of that first inning. Hasn't thrown one yet to Lackey.
Here's the 2-1. Fastball, chopped to the shortstop. Fabian to first in time for the out. A strikeout and then 3 consecutive groundouts thrown by Christian Chatterton.
That again, that's where he was early in the season. That's what he did in the fall, and man, if he can start to get the pitch down again and that sinking look from the fastball, then that'd be a good move, and maybe a little sign that there's nobody throwing for Auburn right now.
Carson Kearse bats with a runner, or with no one on and 1 out. Shortstop, Scho's bunts at third base side. Hope it goes foul. It will not. It's a bunt single for Kearse. It falls dead just inside the third base line.
And you could not have walked that one out there any better.
A bunt single for Kearse.
And smartly, Auburn let it go because there was no chance to do anything else.
None whatsoever. And Kearse is aboard. He's the first man on base tonight for Tech. And here's Tyler Neeses, the DH. A homer and 15 runs batted in for Neeses. 6'3", 220. Sophomore from Dalton, Georgia. Kearse at first, 5 stolen bases and a throw over, and he's back sliding in safely. And immediately Chatterton hears it from the Georgia Tech faithful. Stretch by Christian. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss at the change. 0-1 to Nisus. First baseman Giesler waits on deck. A one-out bunt single for Kears. He's at first. Stretch by Chatterton. And another throw to first, runner back. Outfield play straight away with Nisus at the plate. Left-hand hitter, slightly open stance, sets up deep in the batter's box. 0-1. Another changeup and a swing and a miss. 0-2. And I don't know if Tech's just not seeing it coming out of the hand right now, but
those are two major league changeups right there so far.
Shift is on. Nisus has the entire left side of the infield wide open right here, but he's behind 0-2, the pitch. That bounces up there and away from Freilich, and Kears takes second base. Buried one in the dirt. It's a wild pitch charge to Chatterton.
Yeah, just held on to that one a little bit too long, and had him set up with two really good pitches there, and just kind of overthrew one a little bit there as a freshman, and that's something you do. Just relax and just deliver, because a changeup is a pitch where you want to give it the fastball look, but you don't want to hold on to it too much.
A ball and 2 strikes the count to Nisus. Runner down at second base. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. The pitch. There's the fastball that missed outside.
Good pitch.
2-2. Freilich tried to frame that in, but too far off the outside edge. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chatterton comes set. 2-2 pitch. Miss low. Blocked by Freilich. Count goes full.
In the opposite of the first inning where you got down 3-0 and came back and got a guy. You don't want to lose a guy that when you're ahead 0-2 and thrown two really good pitches to start this at bat.
He fell behind Daniel 3-0, came back to strike him out. He was ahead of Nisus 0-2. Now the count is full to the big left-handed hitting DH. Checks the runner at second, not once but twice and thrice, and pitches. Fastball sliced out of play off the left side. 4-0, your Tigers lead it. We're in the bottom of the second. A grand slam by Cooper McMurray in the first. Tech has a runner at second base with 1 out in the second, and a full count to Tyler Nisus. The pitch to it. Fouled it off. Pretty good battle here between Christian Chatterton and Tyler Nisus. Talk about this Auburn team that's relatively young. You can say the same thing about Georgia Tech. A lot of freshmen, sophomores in this lineup.
Yeah, a couple of talented young teams here.
You're not kidding. 3-2. Nisus popped it up. Out in front of the changeup. Right side, Rembert takes control. Makes the catch. 2 outs. Good job by Rembert, because McMurray was battling the sun and the wind, backing straight back into the outfield. 2 down.
And we've seen it now for the last couple of weeks and really all season long, but I think his outfield work early in the year has really helped him at second, because he does a great job of reading the ball and getting to a spot and making a play. But especially those plays are really difficult, and he makes it look easy.
Another changeup got him on the 3-2 pitch there. And here's John Giesler with 2 outs. First baseman batting .297, a homer, 5 runs batted in. Big right-handed hitter. Runner down at second base. Pitch on the way. Changeup, it missed low. Not a bad pitch, just a little bit low in the zone.
I think for Chatterton, can he get the big breaking ball over against right-handers? That's going to be a key for him. Changeup's effective to both sides, but it's more effective to the lefty. Breaking ball would help him to the righties.
1-0. Swing on a line drive into right field. That's a base hit. Kears around third base. Will come home to score. Throw in, cut off by McMurray. A 2-out single to right by Giesler. Georgia Tech's on the board. Tigers lead at 4-1. Fought off the fastball to the right side. Here's Will Baker.
You know, the wild pitch sets that one up. Yep. And giving bases to teams like Georgia Tech, and they'll make you pay for it.
Third baseman Baker at the plate, batting .250, a homer, 11 runs batted in. Giesler at first does not have a stolen base. He's there with 2 down. Pitch on the way. Baker takes it a little bit out.
Yeah, that outside corner to the lefties for both these both the right-handed starters has not been there in the first 2 innings.
But consistently.
Yeah, and it just hasn't been there, so it's forcing them to work the inner half of the plate for the most part.
1-0 to Baker. Here's the pitch. Off-speed delivery in there for a strike.
If you can throw 2 more of those, you'd feel pretty good about it, because that is inside corner right there.
4-1, Tigers lead it. Runner at first for Georgia Tech. 2 down. We're in the bottom of the second. 1-1 pitch. Here it is. In there for strike 2.
That's the change.
Yeah,
again,
and left
really
it up
good.
a little bit.
Yep.
Baker thought it was too far up. Now a ball and 2 strikes, and he has the man set up. And Auburn goes to the shift, and Guevara basically where the shortstop typically is. Fabian typically where the second baseman is, and Rembert in short right field. Pitch on the way. Upstairs with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 4 runs will not win this ball game tonight for Auburn, I don't believe.
Probably not. Not when you consider so many arms that you're going to see. You're going to see a lot of moving parts, the wind blowing. And probably going to have to score a few tonight.
And the way this Tech team can hit.
Correct.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Baker. Stretch and delivery. Ground ball to the right side. A hop to McMurray. To the bag, and the inning comes to a close. A run on 2 hits, no errors, and a man left. We're through 2 in Atlanta. Auburn leads the Texers by a score of 4-1. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Yellowwood knows that a 5-star backyard is the place to make lasting memories. Like cookouts. Cornhole with friends. Ooh, a neighborhood potluck with your wife's pasta salad. The one with the feta. Oh, sorry. Or taking a nap on your deck in a hammock. Naps are memories. I love naps. For 5-star backyards and the most memorable experiences, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Back to the ballpark for more Auburn baseball.
Cool but clear evening for baseball in Atlanta. And we move to the top of the third. Tigers lead the Yellow Jackets 4-1. Third inning tonight, presented by the Vance Law Firm, where the phone number is easy to remember. They say, dial 3 for me. 334-333-3333. Along with Jason Caldwell, I'm Andy Burcham. Quinn Rakeen in our Skyview Auburn studios in Phoenix. Next action for this Auburn ball club, Friday night against number 2 LSU. It'll be the second time that Auburn has faced the number 2 team in the country in SEC play. A couple weekends ago at Georgia, that LSU team went to Oklahoma and swept the Sooners this past weekend.
Yep, then you get Texas next weekend on the road, who just swept that same Georgia team at home. So, yeah, it doesn't. No rest for the weary for Auburn or pretty much anybody else in the Southeastern Conference.
Barfield's second inning of work. First pitch to McMurray is a fastball underneath the hands for ball 1. On an 0-1 pitch in the first, Cooper McMurray hit his 8th home run, a grand slam. Tigers lead at 4-1. Lefty on lefty here, and Barfield steps off. Pitch clock is down to 3.
That's going to be
ball
1.
That should be ball 1. It is.
Yep.
Ball
2.
Pitch clock never reset. 2-0 the count. He stepped off, back on.
So he stepped off, but they never gave him time.
And Danny Hall is seeking an explanation from the home plate umpire, Ryan Clark. And Danny's not happy right now. And that will goose the Georgia Tech fans, too. conversation between Danny Hall and Ryan Clark continues. Danny Hall rather demonstrative, but the count remains 2 balls and no strikes. Two and 0 the count to McMurray. Pitch on the way. Cooper takes it inside, ball 3. Close.
Yeah, there's not many corners on the plate to this point for either side.
It's a bit of a rounded plate, it would appear.
It is.
3-0 the count to Mack. Stretching the pitch.
Yep.
And Cooper takes it low. Third straight innings, the Tigers have the leadoff man on base. Either via walk or the hit batter, and Danny Hall is out.
Have a righty throw it now.
And that's going to be all for Barfield. Georgia Tech makes a Pepper Tree pitching change for a new level of taste. Tiger fans, though, it's got to be Pepper Tree. For the best wine selection, the finest cuts of beet, visit Pepper Tree in Auburn or Montgomery. And online, steaksandwine.com. Steaks, the letter N, wine.com. Right-hander on for Georgia Tech. We'll give you all the details when we come back on this Pepper Tree call to the
Ford
bullpen.
F-Series highlight show. I've seen a lot of basketball, and I can tell you that to stay on top, you got to adapt, stay focused, and innovate. That's what wins championships. That's how Ford F-150 and the Ford Super Duty stay at the top of the truck game. For 47 consecutive years, Ford F-Series has been America's #1 selling truck because they deliver what you need to win the day. For the latest offers, go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Ford dealer today. Tell them Coach Pearl sent you.
Based on 1977 to 2023 CY industry reported total sales.
Pepper Tree call to the bullpen for Georgia Tech. The big right-hander, Riley Stanford. They list him as a right-handed pitcher and an outfielder. Junior, 6'4", 236 from Gainesville, Georgia, Buford High School. Stanford, no record, an ERA of 5.70. This is his 9th appearance, only his 2nd in relief. 23 2/3 innings. 20 runs, 15 earned on 28 hits. Struck out 28, walked 17. That 17 walks is second in a category where you don't want to be among the leaders. He has given up 5 home runs, and that is the most for Georgia Tech. And opponents are hitting .304 against Riley Stanford.
Yeah, I think command will be the thing. Can you make him throw strikes? Can you see it in the zone? And this is kind of traditional fastball slider. So for the right-hander right here, like Guevara, you could expect to see a slider at some point. But again, you got the right side open with Cooper McMurray at first and them holding him on. So you got a little room on that side of the infield.
Righty on righty here as Guevara is at the plate, grounded out to the shortstop in the Auburn first. Pitch to Eric. Fastball that sails outside for ball 1. Guevara hitting .286 on the season, a couple homers, 6 runs batted in. With McMurray at first base and nobody out in the Auburn third. Stretch of the pitch. Guevara swings through a fastball at 93, a ball and a strike.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little more velocity than Auburn has seen to this point tonight. It looks like 93 to 95.
Stretch. And the 1-1. Strike 2. Fastball at 94. Boy, that's an easy 94, Jason.
It's not too difficult for him. And you start to pump it up there, 93, 94, and it doesn't look like you're doing very much, then you might be able to reach back for a little bit more.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Guevara. Here's the pitch. Fouled back on a high fastball. 95. He's gone 93, 94, and 95 in consecutive fastballs to Guevara.
Yeah, and again, he looks like an outside linebacker, tight end kind of guy. He's a big boy. He goes back with slider right here after that.
1-2. He tried to and missed the outside corner, 2-2.
It's a good pitch, good idea right there. If you're Eric, probably going to see another fastball up in the zone right here. Can you get on top of it?
Yeah, it's going to be an elevated fastball, I believe. 2 balls and 2 strikes. McMurray with the lead at first. Stretch and the pitch. Fastball, he got him swinging. Threw it in at 94. One out in the third. And here's Lucas Steele. Steele with a pop-up to left in the first.
Lucas is the guy that has the power to get one out of here to right field if he can get something on the inner half and get around on it.
He got one on the inside corner, held up on the slider.
Yeah,
as it missed inside, a ball and no strikes.
He moved his hands, but that was about it.
A leadoff walk to McMurray, the end of the night for Barfield. Stanford came in and struck out Guevara and has fallen behind Steele, a ball and no strikes the pitch. Off speed upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes.
Okay, ahead in the count. Can you sit dead red fastball here if you're Lucas Steele and give yourself a zone?
He's seen slider change.
Yes.
On the first 2 pitches. Here's the 2-0. Lucas chops it foul off the first base side.
That was it.
Yep, got the fastball in on the hands just a bit, and he fouled it off.
It was good. I mean, it's a good 2-0 pitch there because you're right. It wasn't just waist high down the middle. It was in on the inner half at 93.
It was a batting. It was not a batting practice fastball.
Yeah, not much I could have done with that one either.
McMurray gets a lead at first. He's there with 1 down. The 2-1. Steele takes it off the outside edge. 3 balls and a strike.
That's the thing. The lefties can know pretty sure that it's going to have to come to the inner half.
That's the 7th 3-1 count by Georgia Tech pitching. We're just in the 3rd.
Yeah, and Auburn needs to take advantage of some of these. They've got the one big swing. They need a couple more.
3-1. Strike call. Got the slider in there for a strike. Yes. Maybe the curve.
That's a tough pitch, though, at
sure
3-1 to see that pitch and on the inner half.
Shift is on. Huge hole on the left side of the infield for Steele. Count goes full to the Auburn DH, the pitch. Lucas popped it up. Into right. Brocious fights the sun and makes the catch for the second out. Took him a minute to find it. And that ball had some carry, didn't it?
You had a couple of those over the weekend where it just kind of golfed it out there. You know, that's what that one did, and it stayed in the air a long time.
2 down for Bristol Carter. Double down the third baseline in the first. Was stranded at second. Tigers lead 4-1. 2 down. A runner at first here in the third. Second straight inning. Auburn's been able to get the leadoff man on, but haven't been able to move him. The pitch. Carter shows bunt. Bunts it. Third base side. Pitcher fields and throws to first and got him, and the inning's over. Nicely played by Stanford. The inning's over. No runs, no hits, no errors. A man left for Auburn. We go to the bottom of the third. Tigers lead at Georgia Tech 4-1. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Hey, batter. Spring is in full swing on the Plains for Auburn softball and baseball. Lock in your seats today for J.B. Moore Field and Plainsman Park on AUBTix.com. Single game tickets start at only $12 and $15, with other ticket packages available for everyone in the Auburn family. Check out all the fun promotions and giveaways we have planned this season and head to AUBTix.com or click tickets in the Auburn Athletics app to get yours today. War Eagle.
Children's of Alabama is excited to partner with Auburn Baseball because at Auburn, it's about making a difference on and off the field. The team is thrilled to introduce Hits and Sits, where all proceeds will benefit Children's of Alabama. Step up to the plate and sponsor a home game. You can sign up by visiting bc5foundation.org. Choose a game and a strikeout or a hit. It will be echoed beyond Plainsman Park into the lives of families at Children's of Alabama. Sign up today at bc5foundation.org. War Eagle.
Christian Chatterton back to work for Auburn as Tech comes to the plate in the bottom of the third. 9-1 and 2 hitters for the Yellow Jackets. This will close out the first time through the order for Chatterton. Yeah, we start to see a little bit of stirring in that Auburn bullpen.
John Armstrong throwing a heavy ball just to kind of start getting loose a little bit, and we expect that to be one of the guys that we see tonight before it's over with. But Andy, I think we thought Chatterton was probably going to be 2 innings and then it was going to be somebody else, but we said he's been a starter. Maybe they want to see him stretch out a little bit and see how he handles, a second look through a lineup like this.
Parker Brocious will lead it off. Speedy right fielder, batting .281 with a homer and 18 runs batted in. Third baseman plays up the pitch, and Brocious takes a fastball down the middle for a strike. Brocious has 14 stolen bases in 15 attempts, and Guevara is a full step in front of the third base bag. McMurray plays up, well, at least even with the bag at first. 0-1. A little bit up, a little bit in. A ball and a strike to Brocious. He'll be followed by Daniel and Burris. In the third, Auburn leads at Georgia Tech 4-1.
And Cooper well off the line at first
indeed.
base. Even though it's a right-handed batter, he's a long way from the bag.
1-1, here it is. Fastball, strike 2. 90 on the heater from Chatterton. And we do see the first pitcher in the Auburn bullpen start to work. And it is Armstrong. A ball and 2 strikes to Brocious. Chatterton, the wind and the pitch. Change up, misses down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We expect we'll see John Armstrong. We expect we'll see Murphy tonight for Auburn. May see Mason Cook for the first time in his career.
Jet Johnston. Jackson Sanders. There's a list of guys I think they would like to see if they could get him in a game.
2-2. Fly ball into left. Bub Terrell back, shy of the warning track. Makes the catch for the first out.
Like we said earlier, it's going to take a Ruthian blast to get one out of here, right? And it's only 382 right there, but that wind howling in. That ball's hit pretty well, and it was a good 12 feet or so short of the wall.
Yes. Bub was still on the outfield grass when he made the catch. 1 down, and here's Caleb Daniel, a strikeout victim in the first. Wind end delivery.
Great pitch.
Just missed the outside corner. And as we chronicled here in the first 2.5 innings, that outside corner just...
It is not there.
It is not there for either team. Good changeup, though, from Christian Chatterton. 1-0. Strike, fastball. That found the corner, a ball and a strike. Auburn's been able to get the leadoff man on base in all 3 innings. Tech has yet to get a leadoff man on. Chatterton, the winds in the 1-1. It drops low, 2 balls and a strike. You want Burris up there with 2 outs and nobody on. He's in the on-deck circle, or outside the on-deck circle.
Yeah.
Not even close to the on-deck circle.
He is not. He is basically standing almost behind the plate, which is kind of not what they want those guys to do, but he is getting a good look.
Yes, he is. 2-1 the count to Daniel, the pitch. Ball 3 high. 3 balls and a strike. He fell behind Daniel 3-1 in the first, came back to strike him out.
Yep, with
fastballs
up.
That'll bring Everett Tiefert out of the Auburn dugout. Brings the infield in, and someone heads to the bullpen to check on the progress of John Armstrong.
I think Armstrong has been tossing. I think now we're going to see catcher, gear, throwing.
Tossing in earnest, you might say?
I think so.
Yeah.
Especially with Burris on deck, you get a runner on here, you might go ahead and go righty there with Armstrong.
Chatterton has given up a run on 2 hits. There's a pitch he'd love to have back. It would be the wild pitch after Kearse reached on a bunt single, but then a wild pitch sent Kearse to second in the second inning. That was with 1 out. Got a pop-up for the second out, but the single to right by Giesler easily scored Kearse from first. Without that wild pitch, it's a 4-0 ball game right now. 3 balls and a strike to Daniel. 1 out, we're in the bottom of the third. 4-1, Auburn on top. The pitch. Daniel swings and misses. Actually a foul tip in and out of the glove of the Auburn catcher.
I think it's probably a little bit of a reminder, like, hey, the first inning you threw fastball and you were able to get it by him. That was a fastball that he got by there. Again, up in his zone has been pretty good for Chatterton so far.
Full count to Daniel. Chatterton peers over the top of his glove, winds and fires. Came down and in, and it was sliced out of play off the left side by Caleb Daniel. 1 out, nobody on for Georgia Tech. We're in the bottom of the third. This game is over an hour old already. We owe you an ID. We'll get to it after this at bat by Caleb Daniel. Wind into 3-2. High fly ball into center. Coming on is Bristol Carter. He is there to make the second out. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Chatterton came back from 3-1 to get Daniel to fly out to center. Here's Drew Burris. Tapped out to the catcher in the first. 2 outs and nobody on for Georgia Tech in the bottom of the third. Widening the pitch. Good slider on the outside corner for a strike.
That's a good pitch right there.
Down in the zone on the outside corner to the very dangerous Drew Burris. Now the 0-1. Swing and a miss at the change. 0-2. Even on a changeup, Burris doesn't get cheated by the swing, does he?
No, he does not. And you look at Chatterton, and those 2 pitches show you what's possible for this guy because of that change of speed and because of those locations. Those are 2 really good pitches.
0-2 pitch to Burris. Miss low. The ball and 2 strikes to Burris. 2 outs and nobody on for Georgia Tech. Auburn leads 4-1. We're in the bottom of the third.
To change there, see if you come back with a slider away again right here.
1-2. Fastball up and out. 2-2. This guy has the power even here tonight with the wind to left. He can
yeah, and it's died a little bit here, but we saw changeup be so good the first time. Threw one good one in this at bat. I'll be surprised if you don't come back to it here.
2-2. He did. Missed low, though. 3-2 now to Burris. All right, do you come in with another changeup and take your chances with Hernandez, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't think you go fastball here because I think probably this might be your last batter no matter what.
Maybe.
With John Armstrong, getting loose, it looks like ready to go.
New baseball for Chatterton.
Yeah, it might be an opportunity here to go, hey, throw 3-2 change. If not, then let Armstrong come in and try to finish it up.
Full count to Burris. Chatterton winds and fires. Chopper foul, third base side. Change up again.
And it was a good one. And a great job by Burris just to get a piece of that.
Best we've seen out of Chatterton's changeup in a while.
It's probably the best since Old Dominion weekend.
Perhaps. And he's doing it against the number 15 team in the country here tonight on the road.
I know Burris is really good, but if you could spot an inside fastball right here, might be a good opportunity to slip one by because I think he knows or feels pretty sure that you're going to see changeup right here.
Another 3-2 count to Burris. Here it is. Again, came over the top a little bit with that one. Almost looked like a curveball, but chopped off by Burris. Done a good job to stay alive here.
I'll tell you what, he's made some quality pitches against a really good hitter right here. And hey, the guy's fouled off a couple of plus pitches here. Got to make another one right here.
Perhaps elevate a fastball out of the zone. Here it is, 3-2. Got him with a fastball up. Well, that wasn't the fastball. He threw the changeup, but it was up, and Burris is down on strike. Second strikeout for Chatterton. The K-Canner presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number one. Boy, that's 3 really good innings tonight by Christian Chatterton. We go to the 4th with Auburn on top at Georgia Tech, 4-1. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
As Auburn comes to the plate in the 4th, another pepper tree pitching change for Georgia Tech. And And coming in for the Yellow Jackets is Carson Ballard. 1-2 on the year, a 6.57 earned run average. This will be his 9th relief appearance with a save. 12 and a third innings, 9 runs, 16 hits, 15 strikeouts, 2 walks, a homer. And opponents are hitting .308 against Carson Ballard. Big right-hander for the Yellow Jackets. 6'4", 197, a junior from Alpharetta, Georgia Wesleyan High School. He is the 4th pitcher of the night for Tech. And he will get the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for Auburn in the 4th. Tigers lead it by a score of 4-1.
It looks like a lot of all speed here. Short arm kind of fastball, but it looks like it's going to be a lot of all speed slider.
Drops a little down sidearm as well.
It's a really short, compact delivery for him, and kind of a quick arm, so it has a little bit of a different look to it.
And we know this, that the soft tossers have been tough at times for Auburn this season.
Yeah, let's see what Carson Ballard is. He's probably, low 90s. It doesn't look like it, but he's got a little ride to it. But I think we're going to see some breaking stuff too once he establishes the fastball.
And that fastball misses the outside corner at 90. Here's Chase Fralick to lead it off, grounded out to second to end the Auburn first. That's where Tigers scored the 4 runs. 4-1, Auburn leads it. 1-0 to Fralick. Drops in on the outside corner for a strike, a ball and a strike.
Really interesting, though, that's the first one of those we've seen called, but it was a breaking ball on the outside corner. The fastball has not been called for a strike.
1-1. Lollipop at 65. Missed the outside corner, 2-1.
I'm not really sure what that was. It wasn't an ephus, but it had some arc to it.
Now the 2-1 to Fralick. Ooh, got the inside corner. 2-2 the count.
It's a little funky delivery motion with kind of a herky-jerky at times.
Shift is on, right side, the pitch. Fralick chops it first base side, but foul. Karams back onto the playing surface. 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors, 3 men left for Auburn. A run, 2 hits, no errors, a man left for Georgia Tech. We're in the top of the 4th. Here's the pitch. Fralick swings at a ball 3. But the pitch was down and in. And Ballard with a strikeout. It's the 4th of the night for Tech. And for the first time tonight, leadoff man does not reach base for Auburn.
Yeah, like I said, this one, this has a little different look to it. And so I think it's going to take a moment to get used to this type and for Auburn. And obviously, Chase Fralick did not see that pitch very well, and I think more coming for.
Fabian swings and fouls it up the third base line. Foul.
Filling up the strike zone, and that's what you want to see from a reliever coming in. That was 94, too.
Fabian batting .283. 4 homers and 27 runs batted in. Reached on a walk in the second, stole a base. Pitch to him. Swing and a miss. 0-2 the count. 84 off the outside corner.
Yeah, and you look, and Auburn swung at a couple of balls that were not really in the strike zone even to begin with. So got to make him throw strikes, but he got some movement.
0-2 pitch. Fabian fights off the fastball up a little bit, fouls it off the right side out of play.
I don't think that's where he wanted to throw that pitch, however.
Wind is blowing in from left tonight. Pretty good pace right now. 1-2. It misses low. Actually, that's now 1-2. One out, nobody on for Auburn in the 4th. 1-2 pitch to Fabian. Ball 2 outside.
That's a couple of good takes. I think you can see now, they know if that pitch starts over the plate, it's not going to be a strike. So it's going to have to start at you to be a strike.
Ballard, the wind in the pitch. Got him swinging.
Went to the well the 3rd time.
Ballard has struck out both Fralick and Fabian on off-speed pitches down in the strike zone.
Number 2,
2 outs, and here's the top of the order for Auburn and Chris Rembert. Hit by a pitch and scored in the 1st, struck out looking in the 2nd. That's 5 strikeouts tonight for Tech pitching. 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch, slider that misses outside for ball 1. It's a hard slider, 87.
It's hard, and it's down and away, down and away, down and away almost every time.
0 or 1-0. Rembert takes a strike on the inside corner.
He's got like I said, he's got something going on because the fastball rides in. It has a little bit of tail towards the right-hander, but that slider is straight down and away.
1-1 to Rembert. Swing at the change. Strike 2. And Ballard is a strike away from striking out the side here in the Auburn fourth. 2 outs and nobody on. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 call. But Ballard has no trouble with the Auburn order. He strikes out the side in the fourth. We move to the bottom of the inning. Auburn 4, Georgia Tech 1. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Enjoy baseball and softball season on the Plains with live sports radio. Presented by Alpha Insurance. Auburn Sports Network broadcasts are available with no delay at both Plainsman Park and Jane B. Moore Field. Every grand slam, stolen base, and strikeout. Yours with no delay. Look for the live sports radio kiosks around the ballpark. Live sports radio lets you take the broadcast with you at every football game. Plus, home men's and women's basketball games, baseball, and softball. Live sports radio. Presented by Alpha Insurance.
Since Auburn Bank opened in 1907, we've been tested by world wars, pandemics, and plenty of troubled times. Through it all, we've not only survived, but thrived by staying true to our core values of sound money management and putting our customers first. And just as surely as more challenges will come, we'll meet them the way we always have, with your confidence and our experience. Auburn Bank, champions of you. Member FDIC, online at auburnbank.com.
Well, Christian Chatterton will at least begin the bottom half of the fourth for Auburn. He's thrown 55 pitches.
And Armstrong is kind of just standing watching right now, not throwing at the moment. So for the moment, it's still Christian Chatterton's game.
3, 4, and 5 hitters for Tech here in the fourth. Hernandez, Lackey, and Kearse. Auburn scored its 4 runs in the first on a grand slam by McMurray. Tech scored its run in the second. 4-1, Auburn leads it. Hernandez a ground out in the first inning. Pitch on the way. Curveball in there for a strike. Here's the wind to the 0-1. Drops low. 1 ball and 1 strike to Hernandez.
Good 0-1 pitch right there. Just a hair down in the zone, but you're hoping to get a swing and a rollover ground ball there. 1-1, opportunity to come back and maybe show him the change here.
Long look in for Chatterton. Clock is down to 2 as he throws. Pass ball upstairs, 2-1. Armstrong again warming up in the Tiger pen. If needed here in the Auburn or in the Tech fourth inning. 2-1 delivery. Whew. Auburn didn't get the call on that fastball. 3-1 the count. Three balls and a strike to Alex Hernandez. Pitch on the way. Sliced it right side, foul ground. It will get out of play. And out of the ballpark, 3-2. Chatterton has struck out 2 tonight. Has given up a run on just 2 base hits. Three-two pitch to Hernandez. Here it is. Fouled back on a fastball off the outside edge.
Chatterton's made some really good 3-2, 3-1 pitches for a freshman. See if he can make another one here. But Georgia Tech's fouled some off. They made him work for it, and he's continued to come back and throw some really good pitches.
Full count to Hernandez, leading off the fourth for Georgia Tech. And Auburn better hustle.
He's restarted it.
They restarted the clock. Okay.
Yeah.
Pitch clock at 10. Chatterton winds in the 3-2 pitch. He walked it.
It was kind of discombobulated once all that thing happened. Start over and lead off walk.
First walk of the night for Chatterton. And the first time tonight that Tech has put the leadoff man on. Here's Vaughn Lackey. Grounded out to the shortstop, Fabian, in the second. Hernandez 3 of 3 in stolen bases this year. First pitch misses low. Hernandez gets his lead at first. He's there with a leadoff walk. Stretch and a throw to first, and Hernandez is back. A ball and no strikes to count. The pitch, ground ball, foul off the facing of the Tech dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike to the Georgia Tech catcher.
Yeah, ground ball would be big right here. Auburn, Chatterton, if you can get a double play and get the momentum back, get out of this inning, get in the dugout, and four innings for Chatterton on a night like this would be huge for this team moving forward.
Stretch. Here's the 1-1. Line drive, third base side, foul. Lackey is just out in front of that changeup. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Lackey, the catcher, has 10 stolen bases. This guy can run.
He can run.
And that will bring Everett Tiefert out of the Auburn dugout again.
I wonder if they just go ahead and go to Armstrong 0-2 right here and see if you can get a strikeout with the veteran guy.
Armstrong's ready if needed right here. And Everett Tiefert with the entire infield on the mound gathered around the Auburn pitcher Christian Chatterton. And Ryan Clark, the home plate umpire, now ambles out to the mound. He will force a decision. And that will be all tonight for Christian Chatterton as Auburn makes an Alabama Power call to the bullpen.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Auburn makes the Alabama Power call to the bullpen for one of its veterans, senior right-hander John Armstrong, 6 foot 220 from nearby Marietta and Harrison High School, 1-1 on the year. A 6.75 earned run average for Armstrong. This will be his 10th relief appearance. 9 in the third innings, 9 runs, 7 earned on 17 hits. He struck out 12, walked only 1, has given up a homer, and opponents are hitting .378 against Armstrong. Christian Chatterton, 3+ innings tonight, a run on 2 hits, 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a wild pitch. He threw 62 pitches, 37 for strikes. And he gives way now to John Armstrong on a 1-2 count to Vaughn Lackey. And a runner at first and nobody out for Georgia Tech in the bottom half of the fourth with Auburn on top 4-1. And again, I say, I'll be shocked if 4 runs wins this game for Auburn tonight.
If it does, then you feel really good about your trip to Atlanta tonight.
You feel really good about your pitching.
Yes.
Because you have shut down a very good offense.
And I'll tell you what, to start with, you can feel good about that performance by Christian Chatterton. That's a quality outing against a really good offensive team by a true freshman. And to respond after maybe he hadn't pitched the way he'd hoped to in those first few weeks of SEC play, that's a big deal for him. And now big opportunity here. John Armstrong, runner on first, nobody out, 1-2 count. Can you get a big strikeout with another right-hander on deck and get out of this jam with that leadoff runner on base?
One of several that Butch Thompson said he'd like to get into the ball game tonight. Did not pitch this past weekend against Alabama. Hayden Murphy is another of those. Perhaps Ben Shore tonight.
Yep, Jet Johnson. This right-handed heavy lineup as well for Georgia Tech.
Mason Cook, transfer from Creighton. All right, runner at first. A ball and 2 strikes to count to Lackey. Stretch in the pitch. It missed low, 2-2. Frelick kept it in front of him. And the count goes to 2-2. Boy, bring that up just a touch and get the ground ball here.
We've seen Armstrong this year have a little bit more velocity on the fastball. People come in and think they're going to see the Frisbee, and he can get 91, 92.
Stretch and pitch, swing.
That was a change.
That was the Frisbee.
Yep, or the sinker, but it was definitely went under the bat. That's a really good pitch there. Exactly why you brought Armstrong in that situation to get the strikeout.
Third strikeout tonight for Auburn pitching. K-Cannon presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number one. Here's Carson Kearse. Recorded the first hit of the night for Tech with a bunt single in the second with 1 out. He's up there with 1 out here in the fourth and a runner at first. Here's the pitch. Strike. Frisbee at 76.
And these are the moments that you need John Armstrong to be John Armstrong, because this is kind of this is his duty. This is what his role is on this staff.
Hernandez gets his lead. The pitch. Fastball that missed low. A ball and a strike to Kearse. Batting .381 on the season. Doesn't have a homer. He has driven home 25.
As you said, not many deep breath opportunities.
1-1 pitch. Missed inside, 2-1. A leadoff walk for Hernandez. He's at first. Armstrong came in with a 1-2 count to Lackey and struck him out. Pretty good lead for Hernandez at first. Armstrong stretches and pitches. And it misses outside, now 3-1. Three balls and a strike to Kearse. Here's the pitch. Just missed inside. A 1-out walk to Kearse. Hernandez to second. And here is Tyler Nesis. Popped up to the second baseman, Rembert, in the second inning. Tech has runners at first and second with 1 out here in the fourth. Auburn on top 4-1. A pair of walks on base for the Yellow Jackets. Stretch and the pitch. Strike called on the outside corner.
Good pitch at 92 there from Armstrong.
With some sink.
It does. I mean, again, ground ball here. He's done a better job of that down and away sinker there to the lefties and getting some ground balls to those guys.
Hernandez at second and Kearse at first. And the time called. Oh, they called ball.
Hey, he stepped off. He stepped off. And like he had not been warned. I'm not really understanding that. So.
Ball and a strike.
Yeah. I don't. Hold on. Yeah.
Butch Thompson's going to come out.
Yeah, like there wasn't ever a warning.
Well, it isn't a ball, so it is 0-1 still.
Correct.
Armstrong stretches. Here's the pitch. Strike 2, outside corner. 0-2 the count.
That location is exactly where you need to be if you're John Armstrong. Now, you're playing a shift. That's kind of an outside corner pitch, and there's a little bit of room on the left side, but that's where you want to live if you're John Armstrong.
No balls and 2 strikes to Nisus. Stretch in the pitch. That one missed outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Hernandez at second and Kearse at first. 1 out. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Auburn on top 4-1. Stretch in the pitch. Strike 3 call. You have to wait on the called 3rd strike. And he got the strikeout there. 2nd strikeout of the inning for Armstrong.
Yeah,
4th of the night for Auburn pitching.
You don't know if you're going to get that backdoor breaking ball. He got it that time finally. That's a great pitch by John Armstrong.
K-Canner presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number 1. 2 down in the inning, and here's John Giesler. Singled through the right side in the 2nd and drove home a run with 2 down in the 2nd inning. 1st and 2nd now with 2 outs for the Yellow Jackets. The pitch. Swing on a fly ball to center. Is there room for Carter? There is. Just shy of the wall. He makes the catch. And Armstrong works out of trouble in the Auburn 4th. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 men left. We're through 4 in Atlanta. Auburn 4, Georgia Tech 1. Stay tuned. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
If your day sounds like
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port Chicago, Illinois.
Hey guys, it's Auburn baseball season again, and if you want to hit your next big event out of the park, then get Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Auburn to help with all of your catering needs. From team parties to tailgating or any big event you may have, Baumhauer's always hits a home run by making sure all of your logistics are covered, and you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the big game. And if you need a place to host your party, come try Baumhauer's new covered patio. Give us a call to book your big event today. Baumhauer's Victory Grill, 2353 Bent Creek Road in Auburn. War Eagle.
Back to the ballpark for more Auburn baseball.
Time for the top of the 5th. Tigers lead at Georgia Tech 4-1. Bub Terrell, Ike Irish, and Cooper McMurray. Sounds like runs for the Tigers against Carson Ballard, who struck out the side in the Auburn 4th. 5th inning tonight presented by Wind Creek Casinos. Elevate your game plan to fabulous. Play the hottest games, win fabulous rewards at Wind Creek Casinos and on the Casino Burst app. Next up for this Auburn Ball Club, LSU. Friday night at 6. That'll be number 2 against number 8. Depending on the polls, there are a slew in college baseball. It's going to be a great matchup. 6 o'clock, go to optics.com. There aren't many left for that entire series between Auburn and LSU.
It'll be a fun weekend. And second time to see Carson Ballard. Lefties should have a much better view of him than the righties did.
Bub Terrell will lead it off and swings and lines it into left field, and it's down for a base hit. Slicing away from Caleb Daniel. And for the 4th time in 5 innings, the Tigers get the leadoff man on. This is the first time it has happened with a base hit. Slicing single left by Bub Terrell on the first pitch he saw.
We talk about professional at-bats, and that's a senior at-bat from a freshman right there. Going, you know what I'm going to do? Got plenty of room. See the pitch deep, take it the other way, and get this thing started.
Here's Ike Irish. Singled and scored in the first, struck out in the second. Terrell with his lead at first. Stretch in the pitch. Missed outside. Ball and no strikes to Ike. Batting .350 on the season. 7 homers, 25 runs batted in. A leadoff single for Bub Terrell. He's at first. Stretch. And the pitch. Shows bunt. Takes it low. 2-0. Short lead for Terrell at first. Now he lengthens that lead. Pitch. Ball 3. To Ike Irish.
Straight take now and make him throw you a strike with Cooper McMurray on deck.
If there is a guy in the Auburn order that would get the green light on 3-0, it's Ike Irish.
I think so.
I don't know if he's got one.
I don't know if you do it here, right.
Ballard stretches and pitches. And it's ball 4.
Didn't matter.
Nope. Low and away, and the first 2 men on for Auburn here in the 5th, and here's Cooper McMurray. Been on base twice tonight. Grand slam in the 1st, and a walk to lead off the Auburn 3rd.
How about just keep going towards the home run cycle here? That'd be good. Grand slam?
Sure.
3-run homer would be the good next part of that.
Pitching coach is out for Georgia Tech. That's Matt Taylor in his 2nd season.
Nobody up for the Yellow Jackets at the moment.
This is a rather animated talk between the pitcher and the coach.
Yeah, and he's pointing to the bullpen, and he's like, basically, we don't have anybody up. This is your game.
Well, he was terrific in the 4th. He struck out Fralick, Fabian,
he's already done.
and Rembert.
It didn't take very long.
No, it didn't. And the catcher, first baseman, second baseman, shortstop, and third baseman were basically witnesses.
Oh, just got to get out of the way.
Yeah, that was a conversation between the pitching coach and the pitcher. He gave up a leadoff single to Terrell and then walked Irish on 3 straight pitches, and here is McMurray.
Another situation for Coop, you know he doesn't want to fall behind. I don't know that you get a fastball, but maybe you get a hanging breaking ball right here.
First pitch, McMurray takes it outside, ball 1. That pitch has consistently been ball all night long.
Only thing we've seen is backdoor breaking ball,
Right.
but we've seen that a couple of times. But the fastball, even the changeup, has not been a strike.
Stretch by Ballard and the 1-0. McMurray chops it to the right side. First baseman throws to second for 1. To first. It's not in time. Oh, they called him out. You got to review that. You got to review that if you're Auburn. It's a double play as it's called, but that will be reviewed. Replay reviews presented by Jackson Services. Time to review your home's heating and cooling system. Choose Jackson Services. Comfort you can count on. From quick repairs to energy-saving upgrades, Jackson Services keeps Alabama homes running smoothly year-round. Visit JacksonServicesCo.com. Jackson Services, an official carrier, authorized dealer. From up here, Jason, I got to be honest, I didn't think that was that close.
Yeah, it looked like Coop beat it. The throw was actually a little closer than I thought it was going to be, but I thought Coop beat it out. But no monitor for us to see this, and we'll wait like everybody else does.
They go into the umpire's room down in the Tech dugout. I don't think this is a centralized review. They'll probably be getting the replays down
Here's
there.
the hard part for Auburn. There's not cameras down the lines. It depends on what angle they're going to have at this one is to whether they're going to be able to see enough of it. And they don't really overturn. They just they make a call based on this. And so see if they can get enough of an angle there to make a call.
Nice turn by Giesler to Kearse, and then the pitcher Ballard covering. It's either 2 outs and a runner at third, or runners at the corners and 1 out, and Guevara coming to the plate for Auburn. Guevara's coming to the plate regardless.
Yeah, you'd like to have less than 2 outs scoring opportunity here for Guevara.
The replay review continues. And here comes the call.
Safe.
I think that's the correct call, friends. So it's a force out. McMurray's aboard. Runners at the corners with 1 out. Now Terrell at third, and here is Guevara. He's grounded to short and struck out swinging.
Wonder here if Bub at third, seeing the right-hander who's not, they haven't seen him very well, see if you can push a bunt here and get Bub in.
Stretch, pitch, fastball at the knees-ish for strike 1. Tigers lead 4-1, an opportunity to add to that lead right here. Terrell at third, and McMurray at first with 1 out. 0-1 to Guevara. Here's the pitch. He shows bunt, takes it outside.
Yeah.
It wasn't a suicide squeeze.
No, but with that slider, as difficult as it's been for the right-handers to see him tonight, you know, Bub runs well. The third baseman's still behind the bag. If you get this ball down the third base line, it's going to be tough for them to get Bub.
1 ball and 1 strike to Guevara. The pitch again shows bunt way outside. 2 balls and a strike on both bunts shown by Guevara. The pitch has sailed well outside.
Yeah, and you know he's trying to avoid the bunt here. In doing so, he's given Guevara an opportunity maybe for a green light spot here.
2-1. Inside ball 3. Did not show bunt that time. Now 3-1 to Guevara.
It's a real green light spot for a guy that has power to all fields for this team. And at a minimum right here, fly ball somewhere and get Bob home. You want a minimum 1 run right here.
3-1 to Guevara. Stretched by Ballard. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss at a fastball. Full count.
Yeah, got to put it in play somewhere here.
Activity in the bullpen for Tech. 3-2 pitch to Guevara. The runner goes from first, swing and a fly ball into center. Center fielder coming on. He makes the catch. Here comes the throw home. Here's the play. Safe. Ball was dropped by the catcher. Terrell was safe anyway. And it's a sacrifice fly by Guevara. And Auburn leads it 5-1. Ball was not hit deep. Center fielder came on and made the catch. It was a hit and run. McMurray had to beat feet to get back to first base.
And he also had to watch it, too, because it was a diving grab, so he had to kind of go halfway. And when he did, he had to see the ball caught first before he got back to first. So good job all the way around by Auburn's base runners there, and a good job by Guevara to get that runner home.
And here is Lucas Steele, runner at first, the pitch. He swings and hits one into center. Not deep. Center fielder Burris is on. And the inning comes to a close. Auburn adds a run, though. A run on a hit, no errors, and a man left. To the bottom of the 5th we go. Auburn 5, Georgia Tech 1. Stay tuned, friends. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
I like what I like, and I do what I want.
If what you like is getting the highest payouts, getting the most free play, and finding more of your favorite games all on a spacious upscale gaming floor, then Wind Creek Montgomery is your kind of fabulous. No matter what fabulous means to you, you'll find it here. Wind Creek Montgomery. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Strike out ants, termites, and other pests with a call to Cook's Pest Control. Cook's proven pest control methods and superior termite control system keep your home safe and are backed by a 110% satisfaction guarantee. As the weather gets warmer, your spring cleaning isn't done until you call the official pest control partner of the Auburn Tigers, Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Auburn makes a Cook's Pest Control call to the bullpen for the Tigers. And Auburn goes to Jet Johnston. Right-hander for the Tigers, 4-0 on the year, a 3.86 earned run average. 9 appearances, all in relief with a save, 9 in the 3rd innings. 4 runs all earned on 4 hits. 10 strikeouts, 5 walks. He's given up a couple homers. Opponent's only hitting 125 against Jet Johnston. Sophomore right-hander, 6', 202, transfer from Texas A&M, originally out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Really good inning of work for John Armstrong, who came in with a 1-2 count on a runner at second base for Tech. He struck out Lackey, gave up a walk to Kears, struck out Nieces, and gave up a deep fly ball by Giesler to get out of the inning unscathed. So nice work by Armstrong. He gives way now to Jet Johnston, who will get the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, and Andy, Jet's got some of the best stuff on this staff. Can get it to 92, 93, sharp slider. A guy that, you'd like to him settle into this role, I think, as a guy that's in the 5th, 6th innings, get you to the back of a game, kind of as a back end to the starter. But he's got some stuff, and nice to see him have a really clean inning right here and get you back to the plate.
Here's Will Baker to lead it off. Third baseman grounded out to McMurray back in the 2nd inning. This completes just the 2nd time through the order for Tech. Pitch on the way. Baker takes a fastball low from Johnston. He follows John Armstrong and Christian Chatterton to the hill. Chatterton, 3+ innings, a run on 2 hits, 2 strikeouts. Armstrong, 2 strikeouts in an inning of work. And that pitch outside to Baker. 2 balls and no strikes to Will Baker. Parker Brocious in the top of the order. Caleb Daniel to follow. 5-1, Auburn leads it. We're in the bottom of the 5th.
You have to earn it on the mound. You have to throw strikes because there's not a whole lot of corners.
There's ball 3 outside.
And that's a good pitch, but it's just not there.
No. Three balls and no strikes to count to Baker. And the pitch. Down the middle, a fastball in there at 92.
You know, you got a 5-1 lead. You got to make this guy earn it right here if you're Jet Johnston.
Left-handed hitter for the Yellow Jackets. Batting .242, a homer, and 11 runs batted in. Johnston stretches and pitches. Strike 2, fastball at the knees, 93, 3-2 the count.
Hey, that's 2. Throw another one.
And the shift is on now for Auburn with 2 strikes on Baker.
Nothing different if you're Jet Johnston.
3-2 pitch. Here it is. Ground ball up the middle. Knocked down by the pitcher to Fabian. Off balance throw to first in time for the out. First out of the inning for the Tigers.
Auburn Baseball is brought to you in part by East Alabama Health. Their team of first responders is proud to provide first aid care at Plainsman Park and every Auburn athletics home event.
And they're going to be around all weekend long with women's tennis, baseball, softball,
a whole lot going
A-Day, all weekend long in and around the Auburn campus. One out. Here's Parker Brocious. Brocious flied out to left in the third, the pitch to him. And it was deep to left, but about the edge of the warning track. First pitch is a ball. Ball 1.
Yep, wind still blowing in from left. We've seen it kind of, tail off at times, but it's still pretty strong in from left.
Johnston working off the stretch, the pitch. Fastball that skips out of the glove of the catcher, Freilich. 2 balls and no strikes.
And you're able to pitch out of it the last at bat, but you don't want to fall behind every hitter to this lineup and have to make those types of pitches over and over and over again.
For those of you scoring at home, that first out was 6-3, not 1-6-3. I thought that Johnson maybe got a glove on that ball. Doesn't matter. 2-0. Fastball, strike, call it the outside corner.
Ooh. Kind of a little cutter action there at 90 from Jet Johnston. That's a good pitch.
2 balls and a strike to Brocious. Batting .278 on the campaign. Pitch on the way. Fastball, strike 2. Well, the fastball has been his best pitch.
It has.
He has thrown it for strikes.
And I think that cutter action that you saw in the last pitch, that's a good pitch right here at 2-2 because you can keep it in the strike zone, but it has that downward movement a little bit.
2-2 pitch. Here it is. Brocious reaches down and slices it out of play off the right side.
Almost straight, hard slider there.
Auburn softball, a pair of games tomorrow. A doubleheader against UAB at J.B. Moore Field. Jacob Hillman with the call of both of those games on Weagle 91.1 FM. Pitch. Ooh, just missed the inside corner. I mean, barely.
It's a really good Jets. Like, I can't really believe it, but it has not been a strike. I mean, it just, to the umpire's left, that has not been a strike the entire night with a fastball.
Full count, second straight batter. This is Parker Brocious. Johnston off the stretch. And the pitch. Popped him up. On the infield, just the edge of the outfield grass. That's where Rembert moves to his left and makes the catch for the second out. He's gone to 3-2 on both Baker and Brocious and has thrown the pitch on 3-2 to get a ground ball out on the right side of second base and a fly ball out on the right side of second base. 2 outs and top of the order. Here's Caleb Daniel.
Yeah, I think this is a guy that if you're Auburn, if you get through 1, 2, 3 here, could you get 2 innings out of Jet tonight? Maybe start to kind of find him into that role a little bit.
2 down, nobody on. Stretching the pitch, swing, got a miss. 90 on the fastball. That doubleheader tomorrow, UAB. The first game begins at 3 at J.B. Moore Field.
It's a little warmer tomorrow at J.B. Moore Field.
Yeah. 0-1 pitch. Line drive, base hit to right. Down the line. Irish is over to get it. Runner around first, sticks for second. Here's the throw in. It's not in time. It's a double for Caleb Daniel. Good job by Irish to get over to get that ball, but Daniel was hustling out of the batter's box and into second base with a 2-out double.
And a good pitch, too. I mean, that pitch is down and in. He just made a really good swing and golfed it into left field, and now the ever-dangerous Drew Burris.
Burris has tapped out to Freilich, the catcher, and struck out swinging. A runner at second base with 2 outs in the 5th. The pitch. It misses outside, ball 1. The equally dangerous Alex Hernandez waits on deck. The on-deck circle is just a suggestion here in Atlanta.
Yeah, not even a good one.
Pitch. Burris chops it foul.
Good pitch.
Took something off of that one, 85, and he hit the top of it and fouled it off, 1-1 to Burris. Again, you look at Burris, and he's not an imposing figure in the batter's box. But he has all kinds of power though with that swing.
It's not Jose Altuve small.
No,
but he's pretty small.
Doesn't seem to matter, does it?
It doesn't. It does not at all.
Ball and a strike to count. Stretching the pitch. Bounced up there, blocked by Freilich. Runner stays at second. Second, or 2 balls and a strike to Burris. I don't know if Auburn's being careful with first base open right here.
I think it's just the way Jed Johnson pitches. He's a guy that wants to off-speed, grind it out, everything movement.
Runner at second with 2 down. There's ball 3 inside. Auburn leads 5-1. 2 outs, a runner at first for Georgia Tech. We're in the bottom of the 5th in Atlanta. 3-1 the count to the very dangerous Drew Burris. Stretching the pitch. Bounced up there.
Good job by Chase Freilich.
He took that one off the shoulder, kept it in front of him, and kept the runner at second. Burris is aboard with a 2-out walk. And here is Alex Hernandez. Grounded out to the shortstop in the first. Led off the 4th with a walk. And Everett Tiefert out of the Auburn dugout.
You kind of do get the feel that maybe there was a little bit of pitch around motion there, but I don't think they wanted to give in, but I think they wanted to make some quality pitches there. Ben Shore, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Number 13, Ben Shore, up in the Auburn bullpen right now. Johnson got a ground out to Baker, a pop out on the infield to Brocious, and on an 0-1 pitch gave up a double to right by Daniel. Maybe pitched around Burris somewhat and gave up the walk, but now with 2 down, Hernandez at the plate.
Like I said, doesn't get much easier.
Oh. There isn't easy in this lineup for Tech.
No, there's not.
Even without their best hitter not in the lineup tonight. Kyle Ledise batting .395 with 13 homers and 44 runs batted in. Pitch. Hernandez chops it foul off the left side. I don't know if we'll see Ledise tonight or not.
Yeah, just talking to some folks before the game, it felt like, especially with the long trip they had, they got obviously ACC series coming up. Cool night.
0-1 pitch. Hernandez pops it up into right. Ike Irish settles underneath this one. Inning over. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left for Tech. We're through 5 on the flats. Auburn 5, Georgia Tech 1. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Here's a clip from a recent Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham.
New Auburn soccer head coach James Armstrong.
To be sat here as somebody that grew up in a small town in England, to have the honor and privilege to coach in America full stop, but at Auburn University. I'd love to say that that's sunk in, but it hasn't. And the fact that I was here 6 years ago, if you'd have told me, James, that you might one day have the opportunity to call yourself the head coach of Auburn University and Auburn soccer program, I wouldn't have believed it. None of that is possible without Coach Hopper, her friendship, guidance, mentorship, and it was an emotional day for the 2 of us.
A new episode of the Talking Tigers podcast is released every Monday, wherever you listen to podcasts. Like and subscribe to the Talking Tigers podcast, only from the Auburn Sports Network.
Bottom third of the order for Tech in the sixth. Excuse me, for Auburn against Tech in the sixth. That will be Carter Freilich and Fabian to face Carson Ballard. A run on a hit in 2 innings of work for Ballard. So 30 pitches. And this is the last man to face Ballard for the first time through. Bristol Carter was the last man to face Riley Stanford. Wind in the pitch. Off speed up and in to Carter. Doubled with 2 outs in the first, was stranded at second. Tapped back to the pitcher in the third. 1-0. Swing and a miss at a pitch that fell away from him. A ball and a strike. We're in the top of the sixth in Atlanta. Auburn leads Georgia Tech 5-1. Tigers have out hit the Yellow Jackets 4-3. Carter chops it to the shortstop. Kearse to first. Gets him by a step. 1 out. Just the second time tonight that Tech has retired Auburn's leadoff man. Here's Chase Freilich, who's 0 for 2. Grounded to second, he struck out swinging. First pitch, strike call to Freilich. Wind and delivery. 65 miles an hour and
back to back.
Outside.
Yeah, back to back 65 mile an hour somethings.
1-1. Fastball misses low to Freilich. 2-1 to the Auburn catcher. Hitting .350 on the year. 3 homers and 27 runs batted in. 2-1, strike on the outside corner. And I don't know if he's lost a little off his fastball or if he's just taken a little off that pitch. That was 85. 2-2 pitch. Here it is. Just missed the corner. The count goes full. Freilich was the first man to face Ballard, who struck out the side in the fourth.
Yeah, and it was a down and in breaking ball. See if he goes back to it here.
Full count to Freilich, the pitch. He did. Right side, second, or the shortstop is there. Throws to first and gets it. Nice play by the first baseman Giesel to stay on the bag. 2 outs. The shift paid off for Tech on that play.
It does. He pitched into it as well with that breaking ball down and in there. Freilich, not much more you can do with that ball.
2 down, and here's Derek Fabian.
See if Fabian here. Everybody back, 2 outs. Top of the order coming up. See if you maybe 2 out bunt here to see if you can get something going.
Wind and delivery. Check swing foul in and out of the Auburn dugout. Let's make sure everybody's all right.
Yeah, they could just fly by there.
Whew. Oh, 1. Fabian chops it. Shortstop, third base side. Backhand stab. Throws to first. Out. 1-2-3 inning for Auburn in the sixth. We move to the bottom half of the inning. Tigers 5, Yellow Jackets 1. And Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Let's go. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for the Plains. The Auburn University Regions Visa Debit Card and prepaid Regions Now card. They're a win for your wallet and a big war eagle, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tiger pride? Order your card now at regions.com/go Tigers. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Move to the bottom half of the sixth. Tigers lead at Georgia Tech 5-1. War Eagle Plus is here. Sign up for the new streaming video and content platform for Auburn Athletics, offering fans an insider's look into student athletes and coaches on the Plains. For more information and to sign up, visit wareagleplus.com. Latest podcast of the Talking Tigers podcast on War Eagle Plus features my partner on Auburn basketball, Randall Dickey, from rural northwest Arkansas to Oklahoma State, UTEP, and Washington State, and Auburn.
And I loved the back and forth that you guys had this season. I like Randall. I mean, if people don't know Randall Dickey, he's one of the greatest human beings ever.
Yes, he is.
And so, and the basketball knowledge helped. I mean, I thought it was fun. I thought y'all had a lot of fun. Did a great job.
We did indeed.
Pretty fun team to cover too.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Vaughn Lackey to face Jet Johnston here in the Georgia Tech 6. The pitch. Pass ball on the outside corner from Johnston. 22 pitches for Jet in his one inning of work. He worked out of a jam in the fifth. Maintained that 5-1 Auburn lead. Jet comes set. And the pitch. And he hits Lackey. A leadoff hit batter.
That never fails to amaze me that people get mad when you're going to hit a guy with a 5-1 lead on an 0-1 pitch.
Yeah. Here's Carson Kears, the shortstop. Bunt single, he scored in the second. Reached on a walk in the fourth. And now a runner at first base in Lackey, and a good runner with 10 stolen bases. And Ben Shore working again in the Auburn pen.
Yep, see if you get a ground ball. I mean, a double play ball would be right what the doctor ordered right here.
Pitch. On step there, backhand stab by Freilich keeps Lackey at first base. Guevara a step or two behind the bag at third. McMurray holds Lackey at first. The pitch. There's a strike, 1-1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Now the 1-1, the runner goes, swing or low, throw to second base, not in time. And a runner in scoring position and nobody out in the 2-1 count now to Kears. Good jump by Lackey. And his 11th stolen base of the year.
And I think Jet needs to be careful here because I could see him running even going to third even with nobody out. He's got a pretty good lead.
2-0. Ball 3 inside. Or 3-1, excuse me.
Yeah. It's not what you need. I mean, it's 5-1. You hit the first batter. You got to make somebody earn it, especially with the wind blowing in tonight. Freebies are the thing that can kill you.
3-1 to Kears. Here's the pitch. Fly ball to right. Irish back at the track. He looks up. It's gone. First home run of the year for Kears. She fell behind 3-1.
Yep, fastball up and a breaking ball up and out over the plate. Shortest part of this field. We talked about it. Hit the ball to right field, you have a chance. And 350. Ball was hit about 358 feet, but it was enough.
Kears' second base hit of the night. It's a 2-run bomb to right. That cuts Auburn's lead to 1. Hit a batter and then fell behind 3-1. And that may be all for Johnston as here comes Everett Teeper. Ben Shore is ready. And Auburn makes a Cook's Pest Control call to the bullpen.
Welcome back to the Ford F-Series Highlight Show. I've seen a lot of basketball, and I can tell you that to stay on top, you got to adapt, stay focused, and innovate. That's what wins championships. That's how Ford F-150 and the Ford Super Duty stay at the top of the truck game. For 47 consecutive years, Ford F-Series has been America's #1 selling truck because they deliver what you need to win the day. For the latest offers, go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Ford dealer today. Tell them Coach Pearl sent you.
Based on 1977 to 2023 CY industry reported total sales.
Auburn goes to the bullpen for Ben Shore, redshirt senior, right-hander, 6'1", 203 from Columbus High School in Columbus, Georgia. For Ben, it will be his third appearance of the year. No record in an ERA of zeros. 2 2/3 innings for Shore. No runs on 3 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks. Opponents are hitting .300 against Shore. Came to Auburn as a position player. Transitioned to the pitching. Has been used sparingly in his Auburn career. Good fastball, maybe a better slider. Georgia Tech has added 2 runs here in the 6th, cut Auburn's lead to 5-3. A leadoff hit batter by Javon Lackey, who stole second, and then fell behind Carson Kearse 3-1, and threw an off-speed pitch that was up for Jet Johnston, and Kearse hit it out of the ballpark to right. His first home run of the year. And it's a 5-3 ball game. And now you get Nisus, Giesler, and Baker as the inning restarts for Georgia Tech, and it's a 2-run ball game.
Yeah, for Ben Shore, it's get ahead. We saw Jet Johnson fall behind pretty much every hitter, and it's hard to pitch that way. And for Ben Shore, the same thing. You got to throw strikes early. You got to get ahead and then make them hit your pitch. And his pitch is a really good slider, but it's not going to be able to do those things if you fall behind early. And that was the case for Jet Johnson, and it cost him.
He worked out of trouble in the 5th. Got in trouble immediately here in the 6th, and Tech made it pay.
Yet still nobody out.
Nobody out, nobody on, and here's Tyler Nisus. He's popped up to second and struck out looking. And this is his first look and Tech's first look tonight against Ben Shore. Auburn's lead now 5-3. Shore comes set and pitches. There's a strike call. Ben works off the stretch. And the 0-1. A little low. Ball and a strike. Nisus with a homer and 15 runs batted in. Batting .263. Stretch in the 1-1. Missed outside, 2-1.
It's just not there. And I mean, those are good pitches, but that fastball away is just not going to be called a strike.
2-1 to Nisus. And the pitch. Ground ball, base hit to left. That is the first hit surrendered, or excuse me, just the 4th hit surrendered by Shore this season. And Tech brings the tying man to the plate in John Giesler.
We now have a pretty full bullpen out there. Jackson Sanders out there. I even saw Ryan Hetzler easing down that way. I don't know how much they would like to use him tonight, but you might get an opportunity if you could. But there's several guys down that way.
Nobody out, and a runner at first for Tech, and here is John Giesler, the pitch. Slider in there for a strike. Giesler singled home a run in the 2nd and flied to center in the 4th. Shore off the stretch and the pitch. Fly ball into shallow right. Long run for Irish. Long run, foul ball. It drops safely.
That's no man's land right there. And thankfully for Auburn, it was about 1.5 foot foul.
0-2 the count to Giesler. Ben Shore, fourth pitcher of the night for Auburn. Long look in. Gets the sign, comes set. And pitches. Fouled off the right side, out of play. Oh, 0-2 to Giesler, the pitch on the way. Ground ball, base hit to left. Runner at second, holds up, they throw in behind him, and he is safe. First and second, nobody out for Georgia Tech here in the sixth. Oh, 2 pitch.
Yeah, it was too good. It was too good of a pitch. I mean, it was down, but he was able to get a bat on it.
And here's Will Baker.
And now you got some trouble for the Tigers. Still, still nobody out in this inning. 2 runs in. A lot of energy now for Georgia Tech and for this crowd.
Nisis at second and Giesler at first. Still no one out here in the sixth inning. 2 runs home for Tech. 5-3 Auburn on top. Pitch on the way. Bounced up there. Blocked. Runner, it goes to third. It's a wild pitch charge to short. Jackson Sanders quickens the pace in the Auburn bullpen. Hit batter, 2-run homer, single and a wild pitch. Runners at the corner, still nobody out. And Auburn's 2-run lead in jeopardy here in the sixth inning. Stretching the pitch. Just a little up. 2 balls and no strikes to Baker.
And this is part of it. It's a tough ask for guys that are maybe a little bit down the line for you against this type of offense to come out, but you got to execute pitches, and Auburn has it this inning.
2-1, 2-0 misses low. 3 balls and no strikes to Baker. And Tech is threatening to load the bases here in the sixth with nobody out.
Yeah, and if you're Auburn, you either leave Ben Shore in, who's struggling, or you go to a true freshman with the bases loaded and nobody out.
3-0 count. Last ball for a strike. Baker has grounded out twice tonight. Auburn would take that gladly here. Give up a run and get a double play.
That'd be great.
5-3 Tigers. Runners at the corners. Nobody out for Tech. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. That was probably ball 4.
No question about it tonight. That's a good pitch, but that's not a pitch that's been called to strike on either side tonight.
Full count now to Baker.
I don't know that he'll be running at first. He might be on the move here.
He isn't. The pitch. Fouled out of play. Giesler does not have a stolen base attempt this season. That may not matter in this situation.
No, yeah, you might try to steal a couple of steps here and try to stay out of a double play.
Giesler at first, Nisis at third. Another 3-2 pitch to Baker from Shore. Here it is. And he walked it. The bases are loaded. And here is the number 9 hitter. Still nobody out. Brocious has popped to left and popped up to second. Chase Fralick brings the entire infield to the mound. On an 0-1 pitch, Vaughn Lackey led off the inning, hit by a pitch. On a 3-1 pitch, Carson Kears hit his first home run of the season. Tyler Nieses singled to left on a 2-1 pitch. John Giesler singled to left on an 0-2 pitch. And Will Baker walked. The bases are loaded, nobody out. Auburn's lead is in peril right now, leading 5-3. Nobody out, and the bases loaded here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, and kind of felt like the hit batter kind of jump-started everything.
Yeah. This inning went sideways on that pitch. Here's the pitch to Brocious, low.
If you're Auburn, you'll trade a run for 2 outs in the middle here.
No question. Nieses at third, Giesler at second, and Baker at first. The 1-0. Ball too low. Ben is struggling to throw strikes right now.
He is, and he's a breaking ball guy, but he's got a pretty good fastball. And you're going to have to make a quality pitch here, but you're going to have to throw something for a strike at this point.
Bases loaded and nobody out. The 2-0. Strike with a fastball down the middle.
Yeah, 91.
McMurray plays up at first. Everybody else back on the infield looking for 2. Ben Shore comes set. Here's the 1-1. Chop to the right side, McMurray. Throws to second for 1. Nobody covering at first, and a run scores. And it's a 5-4 ball game. Auburn gets his first out of the inning. But the tying run down at third. 1 out. Here's the top of the order coming up for Tech. I don't know if Shore would have been able to get to the bag in time for the double play ball or not.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have either. That's probably going to be it now. It is.
Everett Tiefert is out for the Tigers, as Auburn makes a Wind Creek Casino call to the bullpen.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Tigers to the bullpen for Jackson Sanders. Left-handed freshman, 6'3", 212, out of Valley High School, originally from Opelika, Alabama. Sanders 1-1 on the year, a 5.14 earned run average. This will be his 12th relief appearance. 14 innings for Sanders, 8 runs all earned on 15 hits, 7 strikeouts, 10 walks, a homer, and opponents are hitting .283 against Jackson Sanders. Runners at first and third for Georgia Tech. 3 runs home in the inning for the Yellow Jackets, cutting Auburn's lead to 5-4. Sanders' last outing was last week in the loss to UAB. As a matter of fact, he took the loss against UAB, gave up 4 runs all earned on 2 1/3 innings on 2 base hits. He walked 3 that night. Jet Johnston opened the 6th, hit the first batter, gave up a 2-run homer to Carson Kears, and his night was over. Ben Shore came on, gave up singles to Nieses and Giesler, walked Baker to load the bases. A fielder's choice off the bat of Brocious, another run home for Tech. And with Auburn guarding a 5-4 lead right now, and runners at the corners, and now Tech has the top of the order coming up.
Yeah, and Andy said it. Said, look, 4 runs wasn't going to be enough to win this game, and it's not. 5 probably not going to be enough to win this game either. And some of that is, you know who you're facing. Some of it is, you know there's some guys that for you aren't going to be available on the mound, and some guys that you count on in these types of situations. And so you're going to have to get some quality innings or some kind of performance from somebody that maybe you're hoping. This is Jackson Sanders. This is an opportunity now for him.
Well, not only that, but you've now been out hit in this ballgame. You scored 4 runs in the first. You've only scored 1 run since.
Yeah, 3 hits in the first.
Right.
Yeah, you have 1 hit since the first inning.
All right, here's Caleb Daniel. 1 for 3 with a double. The pitch to him. He swings at the first pitch and fouls it out of play. Daniel is hitting .356 on the year, 4 homers and 21 runs batted in. Giesler is at third, and Brocious at first. And Brocious, a big runner. 14 stolen bases, the pitch. Strike call.
Good pitch.
Outside corner, 0-2 to Daniel. 5-4 Auburn, runners at the corners, 1 out for Tech. We're in the bottom of the 6th. 3 runs home in the inning for the Yellow Jackets. Sanders comes set, the pitch. Swing and a miss!
Great pitch.
Off speed at 76 for the strikeout. And you're not done yet. And here is Drew Burris. Walked in the 5th, struck out swinging in the 3rd, tapped out to the catcher in the 1st. Runners at the corners, now 2 down in the inning. The lefty Sanders comes set, and the pitch. Strike at the knees. Outside corner at 78. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. 5-4 Auburn on top. Stretch by Sanders, and the pitch. Outside with a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Burris.
You like that Sanders has come in attacking, and that is something that is good. I mean, obviously you got to be really careful with a guy like this, but he is not pitching timid, and I like that for the freshman.
Burris with 12 homers and 41 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. Line drive, base hit. White's going to tie the game, may give him the lead. That ball gets to the gap. Brocious around third base. He's going to try to score. He will. Burris on his way to third with a triple. Back lead.
Yeah, this pitch is over the heart of the plate, and a guy that didn't, Burris, the good hitter that he is, didn't try to do too much with it, went the other way, and in a perfect spot, and that just split the gap there on the Tigers.
First triple of the year for Burris, and Tech leads it 6-5. Burris at third, 2 down. The pitch to Hernandez is in for a strike. And Hernandez is the 9th man to bat in the inning. 5 runs home for Tech here in the 6th inning. Sanders comes set, and the pitch. Swing and a foul tip by Hernandez, 0-2. Five runs on 4 hits in this inning. The stretch. And the 0-2 to Hernandez. Swing and a fly ball into center. Center fielder is on. He won't get the base hit at the end of the bat. Burris is home and Tech leads 7-5.
Yeah, another 0-2 pitch. Yeah, it wasn't a bad 0-2 pitch, but he just dropped it in a perfect spot, and playing as deep as Auburn's outfield was, there's no chance to get to that ball.
7-5, Tech now leads it. Yellow Jackets have scored 6 times here in the 6th, and the last 3 runs have scored with 2 outs in the inning. And here's Vaughn Lackey, led off the inning with a hit batter. Pitch on the way. Inside, ball 1. On an 0-1 pitch, Lackey was hit to lead off the inning. And Tech has taken full advantage, scoring 6 times on 5 base hits. The pitch. Outside 2-0. Jet Johnson, Ben Shore, and now Sanders out there for the Tigers. Just trying to get to the dugout. Trailing just by 2. Stretching the pitch. Lackey up the right side. That's a base hit. Little blooper. Around second base on his way to third is Lackey. He'll hold up there. It's a double.
That's kind of that night. Kind of that inning anyway.
Just a little bloop that barely fell on the outfield grass behind
McMurray. I think he hit that ball off of the end of the bat. I don't think it even touched the part of the bat. I think that hit exactly on the end of the bat and spun right over Cooper McMurray's head.
Hernandez made it to third. Lackey to second on a double. Second and third with 2 outs. And here's Carson Kearse, who hit a 2-run homer in the 6th. And Everett Tiefert is out for Auburn. That will be all for Jackson Sanders as Auburn makes the call to the bullpen.
Welcome back to the Ford F-Series Highlight Show. I've seen a lot of basketball, and I can tell you that to stay on top, you got to adapt, stay focused, and innovate. That's what wins championships. That's how Ford F-150 and the Ford Super Duty stay at the top of the truck game. For 47 consecutive years, Ford F-Series has been America's #1 selling truck because they deliver what you need to win the day. For the latest offers, go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Ford dealer today. Tell them Coach Pearl sent you.
Based on 1977 to 2023 CY industry reported total sales.
Dylan Watts is on for Auburn, junior right-hander, 6'4", 205 from Enumclaw, Washington, and Tacoma Community College. Watts 1-0 on the year, a 7.53 earned run average. This will be his 11th relief appearance. 14 in the third innings, 12 runs, all earned on 14 hits. He struck out 18, walked 9, has given up 1 homer, and opponents are hitting .250 against Dylan Watts. He is the 4th pitcher in this inning for Auburn. Following Jet Johnson, Ben Shore, Jacob Sanders. And Georgia Tech has taken advantage, scoring 6 times in the inning on 6 base hits. And runners still at second and third and 2 outs in the inning for the Yellow Jackets.
Absolutely. And you know, this is a huge opportunity right here because, look, it's still a 2-run game. All the things that have gone on, yeah, you had a 4-run lead that has disappeared, but you're still only down 2 runs. But you got to stop it here. Georgia Tech has a ton of momentum. Leave a couple of guys stranded right here and get back to the dugout, regroup, and see if you can get some things going offensively, which Auburn has not done in quite a while either.
As Watts is on to pitch for Auburn, Addison Klepsch starts to warm up in the Tiger pen. Is that right?
No, 42. No. It should be
42. Excuse me, not 12. Abe Chancellor.
Yep.
Knew as soon as I said it, that didn't sound right. Auburn would love for Watts to get this third out and get to the dugout. This is the 11th man to bat in the inning for Georgia Tech. A 6-run 6th for Tech. And Carson Kearse, who had a 2-run homer earlier this inning, is at the plate with runners at second and third and 2 outs. The right-hander Watts comes set. Here's the pitch. Right down the middle for a strike.
It's not a great sign when the last time he came to bat, the sun was still shining. I think it's a little darker now than it was then.
It was also a 4-run lead. It was a 5-1 lead for Auburn at that point.
Yep. Game has completely changed.
Has it ever? 0-1 to Kearse. Fouled at the plate. Off of his foot into fair ground. No balls and 2 strikes. Along with Jason Caldwell, I'm Andy Burcham. We're in the 6th. There is time for Auburn, but the Tigers need to stop the bleeding right now, friends.
Yes.
And that one caught all of the foot, apparently, for Kearse. Trying to walk it off. No balls and 2 strikes to count. Doubleheader of Auburn softball tomorrow afternoon starting at 3 as the Tigers host UAB. Auburn coming off of its first SEC Series win at Kentucky. Jacob Hillman with the call starting at 2:45 on Wiggle 91.1 FM. Stretched by Watts. Here's the pitch. Kearse in front of the plate. Fair ball. Fielded by Freilich. He throws to first and the inning is over. The Tech scores 6 runs on 6 hits. No errors and 2 men left. We're through 6 in Atlanta. Georgia Tech now leads 7-5. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Hey guys, it's Auburn baseball season again, and if you want to hit your next big event out of the park, then get Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Auburn to help with all of your catering needs. From team parties to tailgating or any big event you may have, Baumhauer's always hits a home run by making sure all of your logistics are covered, and you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the big game. And if you need a place to host your party, come try Baumhauer's new covered patio. Give us a call to book your big event today. Baumhauer's Victory Grill, 2353 Bent Creek Road in Auburn. War Eagle.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
With the lead now, Georgia Tech makes a pepper tree call to the bullpen for left-hander Caden Campbell. Junior, 6'2", 205 out of Cincinnati, a transfer to Tech from the University of Louisville. Campbell 1-0 on the year, a 2.08 earned run average, making his 11th relief appearance. 8 2/3 innings, 2 runs on both earned on 8 hits, has struck out 14, walked only 2, has given up a homer, and opponents are hitting 229 against Caden Campbell. Well, Ballard, although not the most efficient, did a nice job for Tech tonight. And he is the pitcher of record right now for the Yellow Jackets.
And you look at it, Auburn only has 1 hit since the first inning.
Right.
Lead-off single by Bob Terrell in the 5th. That's it, and it led to a run. But that's it. Auburn had, 3 hits, 4 runs in the first, 1 hit, and that was in the 5th. And Auburn scored a single run there. Auburn's got to get the offense going now. And
Ballard goes 3 innings, gives up a run on a hit. He strikes out 3 and walks 1. Since the first, Tech has given up just 1 run on 1 hit. Barfield, Stanford, Ballard have shut down the Auburn offense. Top of the order for the Tigers here. In the 7th, it will be Chris Rembert to lead it off for Auburn. Rembert has struck out twice, hit by a pitch, he scored a run. He is the first man to face the lefty. First pitch is high and outside from Caden Campbell. One-0 pitch to Rembert. Fastball outside, ball 2.
And if you're Auburn right now, you're trailing. You got to get something going. You got to see some strikes from him and make him show you that he's going to throw some.
2-0 pitch to Rembert. Swing and a miss and a fastball. It came up empty. 2-1. Seven to 5, Tech leads it. The Yellow Jackets have out hit Auburn 9-4. Wind and delivery. Swing on a foul off the right side, out of play. 2-2 to Rembert.
Yep. Base runners and quality at bats. That's the name of the game now for Auburn, because you got to fight from behind.
Campbell has struck out 14. He's only walked 2 this season. Come back to even the count at 2-2. Here's the wind of the pitch. Rembert jammed, but fouled it, fought it off the right side, out of play. 390 to center, 350 to right center, 382 to left center, 329 down the left field line, 334 down the right field line. Another 2-2. Rembert to the second baseman. Hernandez fields and throws for the out.
You know, that's part of the last inning too. Sometimes things just find a hole. Ben Shore, neither one of those balls hit very hard ground balls, and they just hit the perfect spot. You have a bloop double to right field that's hit the. Sometimes you have those for Auburn. You have to respond, and sometimes you make those things happen too. And pressure, getting guys on base, that adds to those types of things as well.
Bub Terrell has scored 2 of Auburn's 5 runs on the night. First pitch to Bub. Misses outside for ball 1. He's 1 for 2. Walked and scored in the first. Flied to center in the second. And led off the Auburn 5th with a single and later scored. At that point, Auburn led 5-1. It's now 7-5 Tech. Terrell takes a strike, a ball and a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, that single, like I said, that single, the only hit Auburn's had since the first inning.
Left-hander Caden Campbell winds in the 1-1 to Terrell. Fouled off. Ball and 2 strikes. Game couldn't have started much better for Auburn. A grand slam by McMurray in the first.
No, I mean, for 5 innings,
yeah,
you couldn't have asked for much more than you got from Auburn tonight.
1-2 to Terrell. Misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The starter was out, and Swigert. Barfield, Stanford, Ballard did a terrific job for Tech since that first inning. 2-2 pitch. Ball 3 outside and low to Bub. And Tech kind of started pecking away at Auburn in a 6th inning that started with a hit batter and went downhill from there. 6 runs on 6 hits in the inning for the Yellow Jackets. We're in the 7th. Georgia Tech leads Auburn 7-5. 3-2 pitch to Terrell. Strike 3 call on the outside corner.
I'm not sure what Bub was looking for there. You got to protect with 2 strikes, and that was a pretty good pitch.
And that is the 7th strikeout tonight for Tech pitching, and all of that since the 2nd inning.
And I know at least 3 looking, maybe 4.
And here is Ike Irish with 2 outs and nobody on. Wind and delivery. Ike takes it outside off the glove of the catcher. Two outs and nobody on for Auburn in the 7th. Tigers trail 7-5 at Tech. Here's the wind of the pitch. Ball 2 high and outside. Tigers trail 7-5. I know it may not seem like it's just a 2-run ball game right now.
I know it feels so much different than that.
But the entire momentum is completely.
Yeah, Auburn had done exactly what you wanted, which is taking everybody out of this game until the last inning.
2-0 to Irish, finds the corner, 2 balls and a strike.
And now what you've also done is you probably allowed Georgia Tech to get to some of their better arms here at the end of this game. Now with a lead.
2-1 to count to Ike Irish. Wind and the pitch from Campbell. Ball 3 high and outside.
You would love to get Cooper McMurray, Eric Guevara to the plate this inning and see if you can do some 2-out damage.
Wouldn't it be nice for Auburn to answer Tech here in this 7th?
Absolutely.
Would have to do it though with 2 outs and nobody on. 3 balls and a strike to Irish. Wind in the pitch. Irish sends one off the left side out of play deep, but foul. Count goes full now to Irish. While Campbell has only 2 walks on the season. He's gone to 2-2 on the opening batter. He's gone to 3-2 on the next 2 batters. Shift is now on for Tech with a 3-2 pitch coming up to Ike Irish. Lefty on lefty here. The wind in the pitch. Ball 4, he walked. Just the 3rd walk of the season for Campbell. And it gives Cooper McMurray a chance to bat here in the 7th. Cooper hit a grand slam in the 1st, walked in the 3rd, and reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th. And that was the last time Auburn scored.
So I guess they called the offensive timeout there for Auburn.
Okay.
So, hey, Coop's done a good job for much of his career of hitting lefties. Now, this is a difficult situation here, but big opportunity, big moment here for the big senior.
Stretch by Campbell in the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Challenged Terrell more in this inning, but have worked the outside corner since to both Irish and McMurray. Ike is at first with 2 down. Tigers trail 7-5. We're in the top of the 7th. Stretch in the pitch. Ball 2 outside. Got a right-handed hitter in Eric Guevara in the on-deck circle.
Right-handed hitter with some power.
And that will bring the pitching coach out, and Matt Taylor for Georgia Tech. Activity in the bullpen for Tech, a right-hander. Connor Chicoli. He may be out there in case Guevara gets to the plate here in the inning. Meeting on the mound is done. 2 balls and no strikes to McMurray. A runner at first for Auburn with 2 outs here in the 7th. Tigers trail 7-5. 2-0 pitch. Ball 3 low. Well, Tech scored 3 runs with 2 outs in the 6th. Auburn trying to
see if they can do the same thing.
Strike some magic here in the 7th. 3-0 the count. Now the shift is fully on. The right side of the infield for McMurray. Stretch and pitch. Cooper takes strike 1. Taking all the way. 3-1 the count.
And I think for Cooper, you're still looking for certain spot, certain zone.
Cooper could bunt for a double right now.
Absolutely.
Even with 2 outs. 3-1 pitch. Here it is. Fouled it back. Had a good cut. Full count. Irish will be off with the pitch. Guevara on deck for Auburn. Actually in the on-deck circle. That's refreshing.
He is.
They do not hold Irish, who's off with the pitch. Here it is. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks to Irish and McMurray. Tying runs aboard for Auburn. And that is all.
Yep.
Danny Hall is out this time. And that is all for Campbell, as Georgia Tech makes a pepper tree call to the bullpen for Connor Chicoli.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Pepper tree call to the bullpen for Georgia Tech to number 45, Connor Shikoli. Freshman right-hander, 6'3", 185 from Raleigh, North Carolina. Pro 5 Baseball Academy. That's where he pitched last. No record, an earned run average of 4.50, making his 8th appearance in his 5th in relief. 14 innings, 7 runs, all earned on 16 hits. He struck out 9, walked just 2, has given up 1 homer, and opponents are hitting .302 against Connor Shikoli. Caden Campbell retired Rembert and Terrell, but then walked Irish on a 3-2 pitch and walked Cooper McMurray on a 3-2 pitch. And with the right-handed hitting Eric Guevara coming to the plate, Tech goes to the bullpen for one of its right-handers, Connor Shikoli. With Auburn trailing 7-5, 2 outs in the 7th inning.
Yeah, right now, if you're Eric Guevara, you got to see the pitch in the zone. You know, watch Shikoli throw up throw warm-ups, and there are lots of breaking balls down in the zone, and so I think you're going to see a heavy dose of those things from Guevara right here. But
5-pitch guy, fastball, slider, change, and a curve. Fastball tops out about 93, according to the scouting report that we have. Slider has depth, good changeup as well. So lots of weapons for this freshman right-hander from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, really interesting to see a batting average of 300 because his stuff looks good. For Guevara, though, look, you've got power to all fields. Eric's strong enough to get the ball out here to right field. We saw Georgia Tech do it the last inning. See something deep, drive it the other way, and get back on the board.
Pretty big hole on the right side of the infield right now. They shade up the middle. The pitch to Guevara misses outside from Shikoli, 1-0.
The first thing you got to do is get him to throw you a strike. Got to hit strikes, swing at strikes.
Irish at second, McMurray at first. Tigers trail 7-5 in the 7th. 1-0 to Guevara. Swing and a miss to the slider that goes down. 1-1 the count.
And that's it. You got to see the ball in the zone. That's a good quality pitch, but got to see it up.
The stretch. And the 1-1. It misses low. 2 balls and a strike. That was the same pitch as the pitch before.
Good leave right there by Guevara. Yeah, look, you got to make him throw you strikes. Lucas Steele on deck. You feel like that's a good matchup for Auburn. You'd like to get him to the plate.
Stretch by Shikoli. Now the 2-1 pitch. Ball 3, just missed the outside corner.
And it's outside. That's been an outside pitch the entire night. Now hitters count for Guevara 3-1. You know he doesn't want to load the bases. You're going to get something over the heart of the plate right here. See if you can drive it somewhere.
Center fielder shades him well into right field. 3-1 the count. Stretch in the pitch. Guevara swings and misses off speed.
Yep, to a changeup on 3-1 and a good one.
Full count, the runners are off. Irish from second and McMurray from first. Boy, if Guevara could just turn on one and find the gap in left center.
If you hit a ground ball 5 feet left of the second base bag, it might be a double.
3-2 pitch, here it is. Ground ball to the third base side, and it through. It off the shortstop. Irish is going to score. McMurray goes to third. It's a 1-run game. Off of the third baseman, it deflected into shallow left. Guevara comes through. McMurray to third. It's 7-6.
And really heads up base running by Cooper McMurray, because once the third baseman dove for the ball and the ball went into shallow left field, there was nobody covering the bag. So he was able to easily make a turn, get to third uncovered. And now Lucas Steele up first and third. Opportunity to tie this game back up for the Tigers.
Second RBI of the night for Guevara. That gives him 8 on the season. Put it into play on a 3-2 pitch. Runners are off with the pitch. Irish scored easily, and McMurray went from first to third on the play on a ball that was deflected by the third baseman into shallow left. And now Steele at the plate. He is 0 for 3 with 3 fly ball outs. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. The pitch almost hit him and missed inside.
I'm telling you, if Lucas Steele could just get one a little bit more airborne right now. The wind is shifted to more, it's almost blowing out to right now.
McMurray breaks from third and stops. 1-0 pitch. Steele chops it foul at the first base side, 1-1.
It would not take much to get one out of here to right field right now.
Well, the right fielder, Brocious, is on the warning track.
Yeah.
That's how much there's a threat out there in right field. Because he didn't have a long way to go back right now, does he?
No.
1-1 the count. Steele takes strike 2. Good pitch. Huge hold on the left side of the infield with the shift on.
Again, put it in play. 1-2, veteran, experienced at bat right here needed from Lucas Steele.
Runners at the corners with 2 down. 7-6. Tech leads at the pitch. Steele takes it inside.
And that wasn't close.
Chicoli was already off the mound and heading to the dugout.
And that ball was on the chalk.
Yeah, that doesn't help his cause much with the home plate umpire, Ryan Clark, does it? 2 balls and 2 strikes to Steele. McMurray at third, Guevara at first. 2 down, a run home for Auburn. Stretch. Here's the pitch. Fouled off, he just got a piece of it and it fouled it to the backstop. Whew. Auburn has scratched a run home with 2 down in the inning. Have runners at the corners with 2 outs.
If you're Lucas, that pitch right there is going to be really hard to do anything with. You got to see the ball over the plate here.
The 1-2 pitch. Runner goes, swing, ground ball, base or to the right side. They were playing the shift and they throw him out at first, and the inning is over. Playing the shift saved him that time. Auburn gets a run on a hit, no errors, and 2 men left. We go to the bottom half of the 7th in Atlanta. Georgia Tech 7, Auburn 6. Stay tuned. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
It's a great day to get vaccinated. Many children and adults that delayed vaccination during the pandemic are still behind schedule. It is crucial that we take the steps to get everyone back on track with their routine immunizations. Children and teens can still catch up on their vaccinations even if they start late. Make sure you and your family are up to date on all recommended vaccines, including respiratory virus vaccine. Let's all do our part to get back on track. Don't wait. Vaccinate. For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for the Plains. The Auburn University Regions Visa Debit Card and prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big war eagle, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tiger pride? Order your card now at regions.com/go Tigers. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
This game recap is presented by Regions Bank. Regions is a proud partner of Auburn University and the official bank of the SEC.
Georgia Tech playing that 7th inning classic Dead Skunk in the Middle of the Road, I think is the name of this song. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Auburn trails 7-6 at Tech. Auburn jumped out to a 4-0 lead on a grand slam by Cooper McMurray in the first. Tech scored a single run in the second. Auburn went up 5-1 in the 5th, but Georgia Tech scored 6 runs on 6 hits. Half of those runs scored with 2 outs in the 6th inning to lead 7-5. Auburn added a run with 2 outs in the 7th on a single by Guevara, and we're in the bottom half of the 7th. It will be Tyler Nieses, John Giesler, and Will Baker to face Dylan Watts.
Really important here now. Quick inning, get back in the dugout, get back to the plate, see if you can chip into that lead a little bit more and take the lead.
Stretch in the pitch to Nieses. Misses the outside corner for ball 1. Left-hander against the right-hander, Dylan Watts. Wrong school, wrong spot. Pitch, outside ball 2.
Again, he worked so hard to get a run back, to kind of chip into that lead.
Got to throw strikes.
No free, got to throw strikes, that's it. Saw the last inning. Hit a guy to start it. No freebies.
2-0 the count. Pitch on the way. Strike call, 2-1.
I think it's Ryan Hetzler throwing in the Auburn bullpen, I believe.
Is that 33? Would that be Mason Cook?
Oh, Mason Cook, you're right. I think it is Mason Cook. It is 33, so maybe an opportunity to see him for the first time.
2-1 to Nieses. Line drive into left. Here comes Terrell. It's falling for a base hit. Second hit of the night for Nisus. And the 10th hit of the night for Tech. And here's John Giesler.
I've been wondering a little bit about it, about playing so deep in left with that wind blowing, and that ball was hit to medium left field, but Bub had no chance to come get it just because it got knocked down.
Giesler is 2 for 3 on the night. Singled in the second, singled homer run. He's flying to center and swings at the first pitch from Watts for strike 1. Singled and scored in the 6th, in that 6-run 6th for Tech. They sent 11 men to the plate in the inning. Stretch by Watts, and the pitch. Little looper, right side foul ball, and into the stands. Caught by one of the patrons. It's Masters Week, so we can call them patrons.
That's right, just this week.
A ball and a strike. Who do you have in the Masters?
It's hard to pick against Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
Even though he hasn't played as well to start this season.
Defending champ. 0-2. Bounced up there. Runner at first thought about going, but did not, as Fralick kept it at his feet. A ball and 2 strikes. 7-6, Georgia Tech leads it. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Leadoff man on for the Yellow Jackets. A ball and 2 strikes to John Giesler. Second baseman Rembert shades Giesler up the middle. Stretch and pitch. Line drive foul. Over the head of the third base coach. Dylan Watts comes set, and the pitch. This is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nisus with the lead at first. He has 4 stolen bases in 4 attempts. He's not getting a big lead over there. 2-2 pitch. Up the middle, off this ball to the second baseman. Rembert to the bag and throws to first.
Heck of a play.
It's a double play. Watts got a piece of it to Rembert, who is right on the second base bag. So it's a 1-4-3 double play.
And great hands by the freshman right there, because that ball was deflected. He had to get a little short hop and smoothly made it. Didn't rush himself. And a good throw to first.
By the time it got to him, he was almost on the bag.
Absolutely.
So he had some time.
It was just making a play on a ball that had a little funky spin to it.
And I guess let's give some credit to Dylan. I'm not sure if he doesn't get a glove on that, that may be a base hit.
Probably through the middle.
Yeah. 2 outs, and here is Will Baker. He walked back in the 6th. 0 for 2 on the night. The pitch. Fastball low from Watts. Dylan Watts trying to work it through the 7th, trying to keep it a 1-run ball game. Stretching the pitch to Baker. Popped him up. Shallow center. Here comes Carter, and he makes the catch, and the inning is over. Nice job of work by Watts. Gave up the leadoff single, but then worked a double play ball, and the fly ball to center, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, no errors, and no one left. 7 complete in Atlanta. Georgia Tech 7, Auburn 6. Is there a comeback in this Auburn ball club? We will find out when we come back, as Auburn goes to the 8th inning. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Hip pain is not to be taken lightly. It could be a sign of hip impingement. If pain, stiffness, or limping persists, see a hip specialist at the orthopedic clinic. Treatment includes non-surgical options, but if surgery is needed, minimally invasive arthroscopic hip surgery is only available locally at the orthopedic clinic. Don't wait. Schedule an examination today. Call for an appointment, 334-749-8303, or visit theorthoclinic.com.
Southeastern Industrial Contractors offers the path to a productive and successful career for hard workers of all ages, especially young people looking to jump straight into the workforce. Southeastern Industrial Contractors is now hiring for great paying skilled trade positions. Managing partner Derek Harville is a proud Auburn University graduate with deep roots in the community. Give him a call at 334-209-6355 to learn more. Southeastern Industrial Contractors, 334-209-6355.
We go to the top of the 8th. Georgia Tech leads Auburn 7-6. Bristol Carter, Chase Freilich, and Derek Fabian come to the plate for the Tigers.
Conecuh Sausage, the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers, and there's nothing better. Conecuh Sausage is a game day favorite, always great on the grill. Pick up a pack at your local grocery store or visit the Conecuh Gift Shop, Evergreen, Alabama, off I-65 at exit 96, and that is a must stop when you're on I-65.
Boy, you're not kidding. All right, Bristol Carter will lead it off for Auburn. Tigers trail 7-6. Connor Shikoli winds and fires and throws high for ball 1.
Nobody in the Tech bullpen at the moment. There's still a bullpen catcher down there, but for the moment, this is on the shoulders of the freshman.
Outside and low. 2 balls and no strikes to Carter.
And you got to make him throw strikes.
Doubled in the first. Tap back to the pitcher in the third. Grounded out to short in the 6th. 2-0 pitch. Ball 3 high.
That'd be a pretty good situation to put one of your best base runners, maybe your best base runner, on to start the top of the 8th here for the Tigers.
3 balls and no strikes to Bristol. Shikoli off the wind of the pitch. And he got a low strike call. 3 balls and a strike. Outfield play straight away. Infield back. Now the 3-1 to Carter. Ball 4, he walked it. Good start to things for Auburn in the 8th, as our buddy Rod Bramblett would say. And here is Chase Freilich.
Number 44.
Couple ground outs and a strikeout tonight for the Auburn catcher. Would Auburn bunt here? Gabe Gross flashes the signs from the dugout.
I think you're looking at that. You're also knowing that maybe your best base stealer is at first base. And they're playing you over. If you get one down the third baseline, it's going to be a difficult play.
There goes Carter. Swing on a long one down the right field line, but well, foul. Hit and run was on for the Tigers.
Yeah.
Carter is 9 of 11 stealing bases this season for Auburn. One of Auburn's best base runners not in the lineup tonight. Cade Ballou. Auburn hopes to get him back this weekend against LSU.
Looked pretty good in warm-ups. Played some outfield and actually swung the bat some.
Good lead for Carter at first. 0-1. Inside. Delayed steal. And he steals second base.
A great delayed steal.
And Carter is hurt, I think.
Yeah, he just a little strawberry on the knee.
He's all right. Stolen base for Bristol. His 10th of the year on a delayed steal.
He does a great job at that. The catcher had no clue.
No. Second stolen base of the night for Auburn. A ball and a strike to Freilich.
Now, hey, just get him to third base. Ground ball right side.
Here's the 1-1. Chopper back to the pitcher. That's going to get Carter to third. He throws to first. Out. Almost threw it away. And Carter goes to third on the play. And now the tying run down at third for Derek Fabian. Now Auburn's running game gets that runner to third base right now. And an opportunity to tie things up here in the top of the 8th.
Absolutely. Now you got to make it pay off. And I don't know that you suicide squeeze.
Well, Tech brings the infield in.
Yeah, I still think you could safety squeeze right here with one of your best runners.
Stretch by Shikoli in the pitch. Swing and a shot into the gap of left center field. That's going to get down and go to the wall. Carter is home. Fabian around first base in the second. We're tied at 7.
Derek Fabian said no button here. Smoked a double into the gap. That was first pitch. I think they expected bunt. And so gets a pitch he can handle, and he drilled it. And now you're top of the order here, a chance to take the lead back.
A leadoff walk to Carter. He stole second base on a delayed steal, went to third on the tapper to the pitcher. And the first pitch to Fabian with the infield in, he doubled into the gap in left center. And now the go-ahead run aboard for Auburn. And you have Chris Rembert coming to the plate. And Vaughn Lackey to the mound. Well, Auburn fighting its way back. Down 7-5. Have come back to tie it at 7. And Auburn has a runner at second base with one out here in the top of the 8th. And the top of the order coming up for Auburn. And bullpen work for Georgia Tech.
Hard to see their numbers here at night.
It's a little dark down there.
It is. It looks like 36 maybe, but I can't really tell.
And Danny Hall makes his way to the mound. And we will get a new pitcher. As a matter of fact, it's a pepper tree call to the bullpen for Georgia Tech.
Welcome back to the Ford F-Series Highlight Show. I've seen a lot of basketball, and I can tell you that to stay on top, you got to adapt, stay focused, and innovate. That's what wins championships. That's how Ford F-150 and the Ford Super Duty stay at the top of the truck game. For 47 consecutive years, Ford F-Series has been America's #1 selling truck because they deliver what you need to win the day. For the latest offers, go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Ford dealer today. Tell them Coach Pearl sent you.
Based on 1977 to 2023 CY industry reported total sales.
Georgia Tech to the bullpen for Jake Lanke. Sophomore right-hander, wears number 35, 6'2", 200 pounds, from Alpharetta, Georgia, and a transfer from Georgia. No record on the year for Lanke. An earned run average of 9. This will be just his 5th relief appearance. 4 innings, 4 runs on 6 hits, 9 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's given up a homer. And opponents hitting .333 against Jake Lanke. Now let's credit this Auburn ball club after giving 6 runs on 6 hits, 3 of them with 2 outs in the 6th. Auburn came back, got a run with an out, or with 2 outs in the 7th to cut the lead to 1. Got a leadoff walk to Bristol Carter in this 8th. He then stole second, went to third on a ground ball back to the pitcher. And with the infield in and the wheels spinning, Derek Fabian didn't show bunt. He just doubled to the wall to left center and tied the game. And he's at second with 1 out. And the top of the order coming up for Auburn. And Chris Rembert to face number 35, Jake Lanke.
Yeah, an opportunity now to give you the lead. And you're right, Auburn has answered back. Let's see if we can get a crooked number on the board. Since that first inning, Auburn has scored 3 runs, but it's 3 individual runs. Can you add to it right here, take the lead back right here would be big, because you would have, like you've already answered, but to take the lead back, 6 outs to go, big spot here for the freshman.
Rembert was hit by a pitch in the first and scored. He struck out twice and grounded out since then. Lanke, the right-hander, stretches and pitches and misses low for ball 1. I don't have scout numbers on Lanke. Just his 5th appearance of the season. One ball and no strikes to Rembert, the pitch.
No.
Oh! Low strike call, 1-1.
Not sure that's been there tonight.
Yeah.
But again, if you remember, they're still giving you a lot of room on the right side because they're playing really right behind Fabian.
Really shading Fabian up the middle.
5 feet from the bag, the second baseman.
Now the 1-1 to Rembert. Here it is. Ball too low. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Two and 1 to count to Rembert. The pitch. Ball 3 inside. Bob Terrell waits on deck for Auburn.
Really good leaves by Chris Rembert here, because those are close pitches, but they've been balls, and they've been balls all night. Don't swing at pitches out of the zone. Make him throw you something across the plate here and hammer it.
3-1 to Rembert, the pitch. Strike call. Good pitch, 3-2. Slider down in the zone. I think you get another pitch just like that one.
Probably so, and it may be down and out with first base open. You might not give in here. You may throw something down and out of the zone right here.
Here's the 3-2 to Rembert from Lanke. Here it is. Ball 4, he walked it. And now Bub Terrell to the plate. Left-hander against the right-handed pitching Lanke. Auburn has runners at first and second with one out here in the 8th. And we're tied at 7. Occupants, but no one throwing in the bullpen for Tech.
I like this matchup if you're Auburn.
I do too.
Slow rolling breaking ball, not a lot of velocity.
Bub's been on base twice and scored twice tonight. Here's the pitch. Ball 1 low. Walked and scored in the first, singled to lead off the 5th and scored. Auburn now has tied things up at 7. We're in the top of the 8th. Oh, such a long way to go in this one.
How about short porch in right, wind blowing out?
A 1-0 count to Terrell. Here's the pitch. Strike call, outside corner, 1-1 to Bub. Brocious couldn't be much deeper in right field. I mean,
No.
he is on the warning track.
I mean, there's a Mark Teixeira and Jason Veritek signs, and he is
close,
almost with his hands on him.
1-1 to count to Terrell, the pitch. Bub chops it to the right side. It's through for a base hit. Fabian around second will score. Rembert to third. The Tigers lead 8-7 on a bouncing ball through the right side. Good aggressive base running by Auburn. They had no chance to throw out Fabian from second, and Rembert flew from first to third on the play.
You know, that's, hey, great at bat, but understanding of placement there by Chris Rembert allows you to make that turn and get to third. And now Ike Irish up a chance to give you a little padding here, and crazy to think about it, but hey,
yes.
Now you go like, look, just get Chris Rembert in and then figure it out after that. That's the first goal right here for Ike Irish.
Runners at the corners, 1 out. 2 runs home for Auburn. The Tigers have gone back up on top 8-7. Lanke stretches and pitches. Irish takes it low. Good patience by Ike, who there isn't much more aggressive in this Auburn program than Ike Irish.
And you wonder here, do you try to get a little aggressive with Bub at first and run, knowing that they might not try to throw through here with Rembert at third?
Here's the pitch, high and outside. 2 balls and no strikes to count to Ike Irish.
I think Ike turned and said, hey, do I have the green light? And like a little shake of the head from Gabe Gross. So you give Ike a green light here on 2-0 in this opportunity.
Terrell at first and Rembert at third and Irish at the plate. 8-7 Auburn, the pitch. Ike drains it to the center field, a base hit. Rembert is home. Terrell will hold at second. The Tigers lead 9-7. A lashing single just to the left of the second base bag by Irish. And an RBI for Ike, his 26th RBI of the season.
This team doesn't quit, Andy.
No.
And they keep giving you quality at bats. And we saw some during the middle of the game, they hit some balls hard at guys, but they kept on with the process, the approach. And now you can look and you got an opportunity. And hey, Cooper McMurray up now, first and second. Keep it going, because again, this is Georgia Tech offense. It's pretty darn good.
Yes, indeed.
Score as many as you can.
You can't score enough runs tonight.
No.
First and second, 1 out. 3 runs home for Auburn in the 8th. Tigers lead 9-7. McMurray at the plate. Lanke pitches. McMurray lifts it high down the left side. That'll get out of play. And then to the right-hander starts to throw in the Tech bullpen. See if you can get a number there, JC. Three runs home in the Auburn 8th inning. The Tigers may not be done. Auburn leads 9-7. Lanke stretches. Here's the pitch. Just missed the outside edge. 1 ball and 1 strike. McMurray with a grand slam in the first. He's walked twice since then. The pitch. Ball too low. McMurray hitting .347 on the season, 8 homers, 31 runs batted in.
I think it's 37, I believe.
That would be Caden Gaudette. Bub Terrell at second, and Ike Irish gets a huge lead at first. Now the 2-1 to Cooper, and he hits it hard to the second baseman. Throws this short for one to first, and it's a double play. And the inning comes to a close. McMurray hit it hard, but right at the second baseman in the shift. Auburn scores 3 runs on 3 base hits, no errors, a man left. We go to the bottom of the 8th in Atlanta. Back and forth we go. Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 7. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers.
You've created a comfortable home office. Now let Carrier provide the cash bonus. For a limited time, you can claim up to $1,550 in cool cash rebates on a qualified Carrier home comfort system. There's never been a better time to upgrade to year-round premium comfort and energy savings. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Back to the ballpark for more Auburn baseball.
9-1 and 2 hitters for Georgia Tech in the 8th. It'll be the 9-1 and 2 hitters. I just mentioned that, didn't I? Brocious, Daniel, and Burris. That's a huge inning for Auburn. And Dylan Watts.
Yeah, and this is an Auburn pitching staff that I don't think you have Ryan Hetzler. I don't think you have Cam Tilley. I don't think you have those guys available tonight. Abe Chancellor is up and throwing again for the Tigers. Mason Cook, who hasn't pitched in the game this year, is the other guy down there. Don't know what you're going to have left, and yeah, Dylan Watts to get you 3 outs here would be huge.
Brocious is 0 for 3 on the night, and he fouls it up the third base line. He's flied to left, popped up to second, reached on a fielder's choice, and scored in that 6-run 6th for Tech. Auburn leads 9-7. Tech took a 7-5 lead. Auburn has scored 4 unanswered since then. Watch the wind in the pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Seven runs, 10 hits, no errors, 7 left for Georgia Tech. 9 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 7 men left on for Auburn. Stretch in the pitch. Misses low. A ball and 2 strikes to Brocious. Auburn will have to face the top of this Georgia Tech order to get a win. 9-1 and 2 hitters. You're going to get the heart of this order before this one's over this season, or tonight. 1-2 pitch on the way to Brocious. Ground ball left side and in the left field for a hit. Wasn't hit hard, but just found a hole.
We've seen 4 or 5 of those by Georgia Tech, and that started it again. Just a ground ball that about 3 feet to the left, too far from Eric Guevara there.
Got past Guevara. There would have been no chance even if Fabian had made the play. Brocious is aboard, and here is Caleb Daniel. 1 for 4 on the night with a double in the 5th. He has struck out twice and flied to center. Dylan Watts comes set. Here's the pitch. High and outside, ball 1.
I think it's, yes, Abe Chancellor throwing for the Tigers.
Long look in for Watts. The clock is down to 3.
Another double play ball right here.
Here's the pitch. Ball 2 outside.
Dylan Watts get a little frustrated.
Yeah, he is.
And but it again, hey, it hasn't been a strike all night.
Right.
They've had some seeing eye singles. Maybe it's time to hit one hard right at an infielder.
Fabian. Ball, caught the corner.
And it's I think it's a strike, but it has not been a strike all night.
It was there.
That was good.
Yeah, 2 and
Take
1.
a couple more of those.
Drew Burris on deck for Tech. Brocious at first. Nobody out, bottom of the 8th. Stretch and pitch. Swing and a miss. Took something off of that one. 2 and 2. Daniel has 4 homers and 21 runs batted in. Two balls and 2 strikes to Caleb Daniel. Brocious with his lead at first. Watts stretches. Here's the pitch. Just tapped it foul. Just got a piece of it off the end of the bat.
Just bounced out of the glove of Chase Fralick back there. Good pitch there by Dylan Watts. Need to make another one.
We're in the bottom of the 8th, and this game is 3 hours and 16 minutes old. Another 2-2 from Watts to Daniel. Got him swinging with another changeup.
Pitch.
1 out. That's a huge strikeout for Watts, but here comes Drew Burris. He tripled home 2 runs in the 6th to give Tech the lead. 1 for 3 on the night. That was his first triple of the year. Brocious gets his lead at first. Stretch in the pitch. Burris. That got the bat. Yep. Sure did. He tried to hold up, but it nicked the bat coming by. 0-1. Immediately called by the home plate umpire, Ryan Clark.
And Chase Fralick's right on it, too. Said, hey, that's a foul ball.
Wanted to make sure. 0-1 to Burris. For a double play ball here. Here's the pitch. Line drive, base hit. Going to be extra base down into the corner. It gets away from Terrell. Brocious will score. And it's a 1-run game. I say it got away from Terrell. It caromed down in the corner hard and away from Bub. And just, Auburn's fortunate that one didn't leave the ballpark.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's one of the best in the country. His last 2 at bats.
He's tripled and double. He's driven home 3.
And now, can you stop the bleeding right here? Keep it at a 1-run game. Keep the lead going to the 9th inning.
Here's Alex Hernandez. It's now a 9-8 ball game, and the tying run at second base for Tech. Stretch by Watts, and a throw back to second. He almost airmailed it to center. Rembert had to go up on the tiptoes to keep that one from going into center field. That was a true attempt to pick off Burris, and he almost overcooked it. Stretch by Watts. Here's the pitch. Chopper foul up the third base line by Hernandez. 0-1.
And that's a strike, foul ball, but that pitch is getting a lot of the plate right there if you're Dylan Watts. And he's a guy, has a fastball getting 93, 94, and it feels like it's a lot of breaking stuff right now. And they're sitting breaking stuff, it feels like as well.
Burris is second, 1 out. Bottom of the 8th, Auburn guarding a 9-8 lead. Stretch and pitch. Hernandez out of play off the right side. He was trying to go Oppo Taco, wasn't he?
And good fastball there, and caught him way behind at 93. See if he can come back and throw another one of those change-ups for a strike.
Third base coach walks down to talk it over with Hernandez. Looking ahead to the Auburn 9th. Guevara, Steele, and Carter Will Auburn have the lead when the Tigers come to the plate in the ninth? Right now, it's a one-run advantage.
It doesn't feel like either team is pitching anyone so this, I mean, it feels like it's just back and forth, back and forth. This felt like a ping pong match the last 3 or 4 innings.
Burris gets a big lead at second base.
Change up right here. Down.
0-2 to Hernandez. The stretch and pitch. It was down, blocked by Fralick. A ball and 2 strikes to Hernandez.
And I'm okay with that again, as long as you can block it up.
Yeah, Fralick's got to keep everything in front of him. You don't want to allow Burris to get to third base with less than 2 outs. Dylan Watts comes set, checks the runner, and throws back there. Not in time. Covered by Rembert. Georgia Tech fans are offended every time Auburn tries to pick
anything.
Off.
They do anything.
Yeah. Bigger lead for Burris at second. A ball and 2 strikes to Hernandez. The pitch.
Good job.
Blocked by Fralick. 2-2. Missed outside. And Fralick really didn't have a chance to get his body over there and just snared it with the glove.
No, and you know, if you're Dylan Watts, obviously keeping him close at second is important, but you got to get the out here at the plate.
Yeah. You got to come after Hernandez.
You got
here.
to. It's 2-2. You got to come here because this is.
Stretch by Watts. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball off of the pitcher. Everybody's going to be safe.
Just bad luck because that's an out with Chris Rembert behind him. And it hit Dylan Watts and carry him to third base, and there's no play. Yeah, that's Chris Rembert's playing up the middle. That is 100% an out right there.
Yeah. It hit Watts on the foot, it appeared, and then bounced toward the third baseline. There was no play. And Auburn's athletic trainer, Anthony Sanderson, will make sure that Watts is okay. Everett Tieford follows to make sure. It's been one of those nights defensively for Auburn. We have seen seeing eye singles, flares. Now we've seen some hard hit balls by Tech, but Auburn's had its share of those kind of plays that are within an eyelash of being an out.
Yeah, because that ball gets through. Chris Rembert is playing it. It's going to go right to him.
Right.
And now you have first and third. The speedy catcher at the plate. Tough guy to double up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Watts will be given a chance to throw here. I'm not sure which foot, Jason, that it hit, but he appears to be okay.
Yeah, Mason Cook up throwing again for the Tigers. And with all these right-handers, you feel like you'd probably go to a right-hander at some point, and he's got experience, but man, that'd be a tough thing to go, hey, your first appearance as an Auburn Tiger, come in with first and third here in the bottom of the 8th against a ranked Georgia Tech team. That would be a pretty tough spot.
Here is Vaughn Lackey with runners at the corners and 1 out of the 8th, and Auburn leading 9-8. Stretch. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses low. 94, but out of the strike zone from Dylan Watts. Hernandez at first and Burris at third. Would they even start Hernandez just trying to stay out of a double play ball?
I don't think so, because he's only 2 or 3 feet off the first base bag.
Pitch. Popped him up. On the infield. Rembert on the edge of the outfield grass. 2 outs.
See if Auburn can stop it with 2 outs. Georgia Tech has done a lot of 2-out damage tonight. Well, both teams have.
Their last 3 runs, 3 of their last 4 runs have come with 2 outs. Their last 3 runs in that 6-run 6 came with 2 outs.
Yeah, and it's like both teams have done a lot of damage with 2 outs in this game.
Here's Carson Kearse. Has scored twice, has driven home 2. 2 for 3 on the night. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. The pitch. Drops in for a strike. Burris at third and Hernandez at first. Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 8. Yellow Jackets have out-hit Auburn tonight 13-8. Dylan Watts trying to get through the 8th inning with the lead. Stretch. Here's the pitch. Inside. Almost got him. 1-1 the count.
This is the guy you want to go get right here. You know, he's hitting 383.
If you can get this guy, and you have at least a 1-run lead in the ninth, and the 7, 8, and 9 hitters,
absolutely.
6, 7, and 8 hitters coming up.
Yes.
Stretch. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, chop back to the pitcher. Watts on a hop, throws to first, and the inning comes to a close. Nice work, Dylan Watts. Tech scores a run. 3 base hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We go to the 9th in Atlanta. Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 8, and this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Yellowwood knows that a 5-star backyard is the place to make lasting memories. Like roasting marshmallows on a cool fall night. That's it. Turn it nice and slow. Get it toasted all... Oh, no, it's on fire. Oh, you want it on fire. Okay, that's a choice, I guess. Crunchy. For 5-star backyards and the most memorable experiences, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Strike out ants, termites, and other pests with a call to Cook's Pest Control. Cook's proven pest control methods and superior termite control system keep your home safe and are backed by a 110% satisfaction guarantee. As the weather gets warmer, your spring cleaning isn't done until you call the official pest control partner of the Auburn Tigers, Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Peppertree call to the bullpen for Georgia Tech as Auburn comes to the plate in the top of the 9th, leading 9-8. Caden Gaudette, number 37 for the Yellow Jackets, a redshirt sophomore right-hander, 6 foot 207 pounds from Alpharetta and Milton High School. Gaudette 0-1 on the year, a 6.94 ERA. This will be his 12th relief appearance. 11 2/3 innings, 9 runs all earned on 15 hits. Has struck out 17, walked just 3. He has given up a couple homers, and opponents are hitting .319 against Caden Gaudette. Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 8. The Tigers will send Guevara, Steele, and Carter to the plate here in the 9th inning.
Needless to say, a couple of runs right here would be nice, considering the way Georgia Tech swings the bat. And like I said, with Auburn, you know, haven't seen them down there. We didn't think they would be available, but no Ryan Hetzler, no Cam Tilley, none of those guys that you normally have on the back end of a game available for you. So a couple of extra runs would be really nice.
A guy that we haven't seen tonight that could be available, and I'm not seeing him even throw yet, but he was mentioned before the game by Butch Thompson, is Hayden Murphy. Now, Dylan Watts has been terrific.
Yeah, he has.
For Auburn. And we may see Dylan go to the hill in the 9th. Here's Guevara to face Gaudette. The pitch. Inside corner, it's a strike.
You know, lefty starting off. We've seen Abe Chancellor down there. Would you go lefty, and then trust Mason Cook there? Hasn't pitched in the game this year. I don't know. That'd be tough.
Bounces up there from Gaudette. A ball and a strike to Guevara, who has driven home 2 tonight, including a 2-out single in the 7th that cut the Georgia Tech lead 2-1. Auburn then scored 3 runs in the 8th to take the lead. Tech with a run in the bottom of the 8th, so it's 9-8 Auburn as the Tigers bat in the 9th. Stretch and pitch. Ball 2, low and away.
Just score 3 or 4 here and take some of the pressure off. That'd be nice.
It would be nice. I'm all for that, Jason.
That'd be nice.
That's a great game plan.
Let's do it.
2 balls and a strike to Guevara. The pitch. Chopper foul at the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. 4 Tech in the bottom of the inning. It will be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Nieses, Giesler, and Baker.
If you're going to face any part of this order,
that's the part.
That's where you want to be.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Guevara. Steele and Carter to follow in the inning. The pitch. Strike 3 right down the middle.
Kind of a hard slider, too. It was a good pitch, and it's a strike. Navarre just didn't see it.
Here's Lucas Steele.
Solo home run right here would help some.
Lucas walked to lead off the Auburn eighth and scored the first of the 3 runs. Here's the pitch. Lucas chops it foul left side. I'm sorry, Steele is 0 for 4 on the night. He's flied to left, flied to right, flied to center, and grounded to second. Stretch and pitch. Bounces up there, almost hit him on the foot. 1-1 the count.
And it doesn't appear anybody's throwing, so it looks like it'll be Dylan Watts to go back out there to start the bottom of the ninth.
Will it be with at least more than a one-run lead? The pitch, Steele takes strike 2. Gaudette has done a good job of locating his off-speed stuff in this inning against the Tigers, and he's ahead of Lucas Steele, a ball and 2 strikes.
And how about inside-out one right here? But you got to think if you're Lucas Steele, the way they're shifting you, that it's going to be down and in. Go down and get it.
1-2 pitch. They went down and in. He laid off of it. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count.
Yeah, they're shifting you. They're going to pitch you down. They don't want you to get anything away right here. If you're Steele, you got to know, hey, that's the game plan here. Adjust to it. Get a good swing.
Here's the 2-2 to Lucas. Fouled it off. They went outside. He was able to get a piece of it and fouled it back to the screen.
He took a shot at the other way because if you hit a dribbler to where normal the third baseman plays, it's a double.
Massive shift. Second baseman Hernandez is 25 feet on the outfield grass. Here's another 2-2. Steele chops it foul up the first baseline. Number 2 LSU in town starting Friday night at 6 at a sold out, well, nearly sold out Plainsman Park. There are still tickets available. Go to optics.com. We're on the air at 5:45. 2-2. Ball 3 high and outside to Steele. Full count. That is a pumped up Auburn dugout right now.
Yep, get a quality about here. Get some folks to the plate and add to the lead.
Stretch and 3-2. Ball 4. Good at bat by Lucas Steele, and he's aboard with a 1-out walk.
Now you see, more than likely,
do you pinch run for Steele?
I think Cole Edwards goes in at first here, would be my guess.
It's a DH, so do you think to run for Steele?
Yep, I think he goes in to run. Would be my guess is that you'll see Cole Edwards here.
Well, not yet. Here's Bristol Carter. Bristol doubled in the first.
He's putting on a helmet, so I think he's heading that way.
And, yeah, we will see Cole Edwards come on to run for Lucas Steele, who gets a big 1-out walk. Again, you just can't score enough runs in this inning to feel comfortable going to the bottom of the ninth against Tech. Cole Edwards, the runner for Auburn at first. Bristol Carter at the plate, couple homers, 10 runs batted in for Bristol. He walked, stole a base, and scored the tying run in the 8th. The pitch, strike called.
And I like it here, though, that Cole Edwards at first, you have a ton of room on the right side. Your Bristol Carter, just a ground ball. This is that, hey, get me over ground ball swing. If you do that, you're going to have first and third.
0-1 the count, the pitch. Swing and a foul back by Bristol.
Oh.
Dropped the bat. I think he'd like to get some stick him on there.
Yeah.
0-2 the count. He gets the aerosol can from Gabe Gross. Little stick him on the hand, little stick him on the bat.
And honestly, 2 strikes might even help you here.
Pretty good hole.
2 strike and poke one the other way.
Yeah, that's pretty good hole on the right side of the infield for Bristol.
Like I said, just to get me over ground ball right here.
Pretty good lead for Edwards at first. 0-2 pitch. Fouled it back on a high fastball. Count remains 0-2 to Bristol Carter. Gaudette comes set. Here's the pitch. Got him swinging. Off-speed pitch that was up in the strike zone. 2 outs.
Yeah, I don't think he had any intention of throwing that pitch up there, but it worked out because it was so high that Bristol couldn't catch up to it.
2 down for Chase Fralick. 0 for 4 on the night. Shift is on for Chase. Edwards at first with 2 down in the inning. Stretch in the pitch. Popped it up left side. That'll get out of play. Fralick 3 homers, 27 runs batted in.
Yeah, and a guy that has plenty of power here. They're playing no doubles. Cole Edwards can really run, and you're going to be off on with 2 outs here.
Stretch. And the pitch. Way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Fralick. Batting .333 with 2 outs in an inning. Six, 7, and 8 hitters coming up for Tech in the bottom of the 9th. Auburn currently leads 9-8 the pitch. High and outside, 2-1.
All right, you're here. 2-1. You don't want to get the go-ahead run or run to scoring position here, so you got to think something in the strike zone. And Chase Fralick put a good swing on it because, hey,
boy, and the
tons of power.
Third baseman is even further in the shift right now. The pitch on the way. Ball 3 high and outside to Fralick.
3-1 hitters count.
The outfield plays normal position, but
right field, the center fielder a little left of center, though, so a lot of room in right center.
Shift is on, 3-1 the count for Chase Fralick. Here's the pitch. Oh, he got a pitch to drive, and he just got under it and fouled it off the right side.
So far out in front of it.
That's a good pitch by Gaudette. Because if he's grooving fastball, Fralick's all over it.
Yeah, he tried to hit that one to the Accenture building that we can see.
Exactly right. 3-2, Edwards will get an early start from first. Fralick can find a gap, the pitch.
Nope.
Ball 4, he bounced it up there. 2 strikeouts and 2 walks in the inning. And Auburn has runners at first and second with 2 outs in the top of the 9th and Derek Fabian at the plate. Last time Fabian was up there, he doubled into the gap in left center field and gave Auburn the lead.
A CNI single will be good right here.
Well, you're not kidding.
Anything, just get one
Good,
on the outfield grass.
Good speed in Cole Edwards out there, and the pitching coach is out for Georgia Tech. There's nobody in the bullpen for the Yellow Jackets. The Tech fans even boo their own guy going out there.
I think that's some Auburn fans answering what has been.
It was a lot funner if it would have been Tech booing their own guy.
Yeah.
Fabian walked in the second, struck out in the 4th, grounded out to 3rd in the 6th, and doubled home a go-ahead run in the 8th, and then came home to score. Actually, his double in the 8th tied the game. He scored the go-ahead run for the Tigers on a single by Terrell. A quick meeting on the mound. Fabian is batting .333 with 2 outs. Batting .237 with 2 outs in an inning. However, he is batting .364 with runners in scoring position.
Come up clutch again here for the Auburn shortstop. Again, swing at strikes. He swing at strikes, you're in a good spot.
Gaudette stretches and pitches. Fastball for strike 1.
For Fabian, the thing that has been the bugaboo for you in the past has been breaking ball down. Stay away from the breaking ball down and out. And you think that's probably where they're going to come.
There it is. Way outside. A ball and a strike to Derek Fabian. 284 the average. 4 homers and 28 runs batted in for the Auburn shortstop. One of Auburn's captains. 1-1.
That's low.
That is called a strike.
Yep, that's down. And good pitch, but it's been down pretty much most of the night. So Fabian, you got to protect 2 strikes. Make them make a play.
Wind has stopped blowing in center. Pitch. Strike 3 call. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left for Auburn. We go to the bottom of the 9th in Atlanta. Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 8. Stay with us, friends. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers.
We go to the bottom of the 9th in Atlanta. Georgia Tech Ball Club comes to Auburn 2 weeks from tonight. Game 1 between the Tigers and the Yellow Jackets has been a dandy. Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 8. Dylan Watts has been terrific tonight for Auburn. Giving up 1 run on 4 hits with a strikeout. Pitched 2 and 2 1/3 innings, has thrown 37 pitches. And he will get the 6, 7, and 8 hitters for Tech here in the 9th inning. Stirring in the Auburn pen, Abe Chancellor. A lefty will start to throw for Auburn.
Now batting for the Jackets, the designated hitter, number 39,
Tyler Niesis will lead it off. Niesis is 2 for 4 on the night. Dylan Watts off the stretch in the pitch. Strike called on the outside corner. No balls and a strike in spite of what the scoreboard says right now. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And now the shift for Auburn. No balls and 2 strikes to Niesis. Left-handed hitter against the right-hander Dylan Watts, who comes set. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the right side into the shift. Rembert on the outfield grass to first for the out. One out for John Giesler. He is 2 for 4 on the night. Singled homer run in the 2nd, fly to center in the 4th, singled and scored in the 6-run 6th, and hit into a 1-4-3 double play in the 7th. Righty on righty here for Dylan Watts against the right-hander John Giesler. Dylan comes set in the pitch. Inside and high, ball 1. Dylan Watts comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. A fastball at 93. Chancellor in the bullpen for Auburn. Tigers would love not to have to go to him at all.
Chancellor and Mason Cook both still throwing down there.
1-1. Up and out of play off the right side. A ball and 2 strikes to Giesler.
I'd like to go 1-2-3 and not give Georgia Tech a chance to get back to the top of the order.
1 out, nobody on for Tech in the bottom of the 9th. Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 8. A ball and 2 strikes to John Giesler. Dylan Watts comes set. Here's the pitch. Ground ball left side. It's a foul ball fielded by Guevara.
That's a good pitch by Dylan Watts right there. 1-2 pitch down in the zone, and he just had to fight that one off to stay alive. You can elevate a fastball and get it up enough. He's been pitching down in the zone though, so you may just say, hey, stay off speed down, but boy, a fastball above the letters right here might do the trick.
Another 1-2 pitch from Watts to Giesler. Here it is. Slider that misses off the glove of the catcher, Fralick. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A cool evening for baseball.
Thankfully, we've got the wind at our back for the most part.
Two-two pitch, here it is. Line drive into left, but right at Terrell. He makes, oh, he dropped the ball. Oh my goodness. The tying run is aboard for Georgia Tech. It was a sinking liner out there. Bub got his glove on the ball but couldn't make the play. And Giesler's aboard on an error. And that's Auburn's first error in a week.
Yeah, they played really good defense tonight. And yeah, sinking line drive and just bounced off the heel of his glove, it looked like, in right field.
Will Baker to the plate, and he will talk things over with the Georgia Tech third base coach. Giesler does not have a stolen base this season. Got to shake that one off. Baker has hit into 1 double play this season. Giesler at first on an error by the left fielder Bub Terrell. Stretch. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, right side foul. Parker Brocious on deck for Tech, and then the top of the order for the Yellow Jackets. In a 9-8 Auburn ball game with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th, but a runner at first base for Tech.
Yeah, throwing the change up. That's a ground ball pitch. You can get it if you can get it right at somebody. That's the key right now.
Watts off the stretch, the pitch. Baker fouls it up the left side, out of play. 0-2. And Auburn will go to the shift.
I think you want to do right now if you're Auburn is to keep that runner from getting to second base.
Absolutely.
If you have to force play, whatever it is, keep the runner from getting to second.
0-2 to Baker. Stretch in the pitch. This low and away.
Good OT pitch right there.
1-2 the count. Boy, Watts has shown a lot of guts tonight,
He
friends.
has.
Giesler gets his lead at first. Dillon comes set. And the 1-2 to Baker. Fastball high.
Good idea. A little bit up, but that's a good idea right there by Watts. Now you got to make a pitch right here on 2-2.
That was 94, but up. Two balls and 2 strikes to Baker. A runner at first with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. Auburn with a 1-run lead. The pitch. Ball 3. Auburn wanted that call and didn't get it.
Yes, it's down low.
Now full count. Do you start Giesler if you're Tech?
Probably here. Maybe you got to strike him out, throw him out right here for Dylan Watts. But you got to make a quality pitch here. You cannot give a freebie and get the tying run to second.
Full count. Dylan Watts comes set. Here's the pitch. Ground ball right side. Step on the bag. McMurray throws to second base. Double play. Auburn wins. A 3-6 double play. And the Tigers win at Georgia Tech. A ground ball right on the bag to McMurray. He threw to second. The tag by Fabian, and Auburn wins. Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 8. Stay tuned. The Regions Bank postgame show is next. And this is the Auburn Sports Network.
This is Coach Bruce Pearl on the Ford F-150 Highlight Show. I tell my team that if we play smart, out-hustle the competition, and work hard each and every day, we can be winners. And you know what? That's how Ford F-150 does it too. Offering an outstanding combination of smart tech, power, and capability, F-150 is the key to help me win the day. Hey, why don't you see how the official truck of the Auburn Tigers can help you? Go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Ford dealer today. War Eagle.
Here's a clip from a recent Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham.
Auburn baseball pitching coach Everett Tiefert.
We really had a great fall. I love what we did as far as trying to grow as a group, which I think was definitely a point of emphasis for us. You know, we did morning practice where, you know, coaches went and had breakfast with the guys. So we really spent a lot of time really bringing our guys together. We had them at our houses. You know, I had all the pitchers over to my house. Gabe had all the hitters over to his house. We're talented, but coming together as a team is what we need, and I think we did a good job of that. We do have a lot of talent, and I feel like I did a better job getting them prepared for the season than maybe I did last year.
A new episode of the Talking Tigers podcast is released every Monday, wherever you listen to podcasts. Like and subscribe to the Talking Tigers podcast, only from the Auburn Sports Network.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown!
We've seen the confetti fall again and again. But we're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
Exclusive game day coverage of Auburn baseball continues now with the Regions Bank Postgame Show. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for the Plains, the Auburn University Regions Visa Debit Card and prepaid Regions Now card. Get yours today. The Regions Bank Postgame Show begins now.
Welcome back, and War Eagle, welcome back to Russ Chandler Stadium as the Tigers win it tonight. Final score, Auburn 9, Georgia Tech 8 in a thriller. The game ended on a 3-6 double play. Tech had the tying run at first, but Dylan Watts, our defensive player of the game, presented by Cook's Pest Control. Don't forget to add pest control to your lineup, from keeping mosquitoes away to protecting against termites and clearing cobwebs. Spring cleaning isn't done until you call Cook's Pest Control. Dylan Watts coaxed a 3-6 double play, a bouncing ball to Cooper McMurray at first, right on the bag. He threw to Derek Fabian covering second. The runner was tagged out at second, and that's the way the game ends tonight. Auburn wins it by a score of 9-8. Jason Caldwell is on the field. He'll talk things over with Tigers head coach Butch Thompson and Auburn players when we come back. Auburn baseball continues in a moment.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for the Plains. The Auburn University Regions Visa Debit Card and prepaid Regions Now card. They're a win for your wallet and a big War Eagle, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tiger pride? Order your card now at regions.com/go Tigers. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.